Harold and Luda.
Hello, everyone. Great to be back for another exciting Thursday of games. First half this time. The other time, we were the late. I was on the late shift, but we've got some fun games coming up. We've got one of the undefeated teams playing in the first half in the Broad and Friends game. But I mean, there's some pretty exciting players and some pretty exciting League of Legends to watch tonight.
Yeah, certainly is. If you don't know me by this point, I'm concerned. I've been here long enough. Must be getting tired of my mug at this point.
You don't need no introduction, I'm sure. But what does need an introduction is what we are looking at this evening, because it's going to resolve a lot of the standings, the outcome of today's games. And we are covering quite a lot of games today on this channel. But also remember that we are covering games on our second stream. So if you want to watch those games, be sure to head over there. We are going to start off very strong with Nuclear Vikings versus Rise Gaming. So, what are your first thoughts heading into this one here?
It's a bit of a battle at the bottom. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
I mean, Rise, I believe, sitting at 0-3 at the moment, up alongside Gucci. Definitely not looking like they are one of the strongest contenders at the moment. Going up against Nuclear Vikings, who only have the single win, sitting at 1-2. So it really is a battle to prove themselves more so than anything else in this game.
I think it also comes down to the factor that they haven't been afraid, at least. They have had some pretty good games. They have had some pretty, convincing plays, convincing ways of like showing themselves as their way of playing the game. I remember last week when they almost took down 200 bandits after I praised 200 bandits so much. I almost caster cursed them. Didn't matter. But they're showing promise. They're a newer team. They're newer players. They're showing promise. They're being unafraid of being themselves on stage, and that is fantastic to see. At least.
All right, well, let's have a look at these players that we are about to praise, or not praise, or caster curse. Let's have a look. Nuclear Vikings. We have Shush on top lane, Zephyr in the mid, Josh Kang in the jungle, Bum Clean in the bot lane, along with Water on support.
Yeah, pretty solid roster. They had a good showing against Gucci. Taking their first win of the split. I am looking to this roster and thinking they should show more, consolidated ability on how to play the neutral state of the game. But they have been lacking, especially against the better teams in the division. But tonight, I'm hoping to see a good showing from them.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Shush returning to this roster alongside Josh Kang. Josh Kang was a player who played on Nuclear Vikings in that Open Qualifiers run. So seeing him get the chance to come and contest in Division 1 is always very nice. And as a topside core, very good players. Of course, Bunclean, a very well-known AD carry as well. I believe Zephyr and Water, slightly more unknowns, but still have and are proving themselves to a solid effect at this point. So I'm confident that this could just be a momentum thing, right? It could just be once you got a couple of wins under your belt, you're off to the races, you can really start going. Tonight is the night to prove that. You're up against Rise, you're up against a team who are lower than you in the standings, are yet to pick up that win. If you're going to garner momentum, this is the game to do it in.
I see. And you did mention that you, like going into first predictions, you were saying that this is kind of a battle of the bot lane. So what makes you think that? I'd love to hear a little bit more about it.
I think bot lane at the moment is a very interesting lane to look at a base level. We are seeing a lot of mages come out. We're seeing a lot of Corki Ash and a lot of mages because that's what's strong at the moment. And whenever it's a mage meta in the bot lane, it makes the rest of the map significantly more interesting because you have access to a lot of pocket picks, a lot of the slightly less normal options coming forwards. So I think more generally, as a battle of the bot lane, it is because the champions are very strong and scale very well and are very good around the objectives like Atakan, like Drake, like Baron. But also, it allows the rest of the map to flourish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I totally understand what you're saying here, but let's have a look at Rise's roster here, Rise Gaming, just to see what their bot lane and the rest of their arsenal are looking like. Looks like we have Shmion in top lane, Cardinal in mid, Seltsam on the jungle path. Bloody and Scooby in the bot lane.
I mean, we're talking all about all of this battle in the bot lane, but Rise Gaming have been showing their prowess on their top side. Shmion and Cardinal are unwavering in their way of playing the game. They will pick a carry regardless of the situation. They will try to hands check you. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it does allow them to have early pressure in lane enough to start pressuring Seltsam and putting him in a position to get leads through the jungle. We saw this in the game against 200 Bandits, where the Viego was off to the races. First item, 1.5 items versus the 2 components that the Wukong and the enemy team had. It's a good core to start on, but they need to be able to start following up on those leads. They need to start to be able to, kind of shift into that the fifth, sixth gear and start pushing the game once they have that lead.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I do believe it's loyal in the bot lane today. If what I've got kind of on my second monitor is correct, we aren't seeing Bloody take to the stage today. It is loyal, which changes that bot lane dynamic quite drastically as well, right? You're bringing in an AD carry who your support doesn't normally play with. The synergy isn't quite there. There could be a little bit of miscommunication and other things. So there is a lot of other factors at play on Rise's side as well. If they can make this game a lot more top side focused for them and throw Nuclear Vikings for a bit of a loop, it'll make the game very interesting. Although I think if there is a team you don't want to be doing that against the top side of, it is Nuclear Vikings.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned like a strong top side synergy here for Nuclear Vikings. Now we're hearing the same from Harold coming here for Rise Gaming, and a swap up for them in the bot lane. What are your expectations as we head into this game? Who do you think is going to end up on top here?
I do think Rise will have the edge in the early game because they usually end up doing it, but it needs to be seen whether they can capitalize on those early games, because they've shown promise, but they never quite delivered on that promise. I want to cheer for them because they pick these exciting champions. We saw the Aurelia, we saw the Ambessa, we see the Viego, we see all of these champions that have this outplay potential, that hands check potential, and they're never quite getting on that last step. So I'm hopeful, but
I think
we'll see.
for draft, it's hard to call. I'm just going to follow my heart and say Nuclear Vikings because I've watched this team grow for the last couple of years, and I genuinely think they are one of the more fun teams to watch and have some of the names that I do still kind of want to prove themselves. Rise have some of these names that are still looking to prove themselves as well, but of course Rise only just came up to Division 1. So if they can prove it, it is 10 times more worth. But if Nuclear Vikings can prove they've had a steady climb since joining Division 1, it's going to show a very good infrastructure internally within the organization, and that's always very nice to see. I can't call solidly before draft, though. I think anybody who has seen me on a desk before knows that the second we hit draft, I'm going to have some form of mental breakdown because something's going to get picked and I'm not going to understand it, and that's going to be that, and then I'm going to call the winner there and then. Draft means a lot, especially in current meta where there's so much to play for and so many things to be looking at and so many power picks on top of that. It's really important to see where the teams decide to go before I can call either side.
I think especially for drafting red side today, somebody approached me on the street with a briefcase telling me if you're ever drafting red side, you should really look at these documents. Let me just get it. One sec.
He gave you the entire briefcase as well.
It's full of
that.
What a gift! What a trade!
There's not many documents in here. It's just one piece of paper.
Didn't need a full briefcase.
What is it?
A Polly Pocket would it?
Oh.
I mean,
Earner.
I think
A little bit more to the.
Ner.
Yeah, there
Other
we
way.
go. There we go. I
Ban
see some secret
Skarner.
information. Ban Skarner. Who was this man who gave you that?
I don't know. He looked very tall, Swedish, very well dressed, but not
So
quite
my
sure.
neighbor? Could be.
I do have to ask though. What about the Glorious Evolution?
Oh, Victor. I mean, we've mentioned so many, I think, priority picks here now. We've mentioned Corky, we've mentioned Skarner. Victor has seen... he's really taken competitive play by storm now. I mean, I would see a ban priority on it. if you ask me.
I mean, Victor was nerfed slightly in 25.s1.2, but you know, it's a question of his lane presence got nerfed and a little bit of like his all-in power with the ult, with the scaling being taken down per tick on the per tick damage going down. A bit of his power is receded, but the major strength of the Victor, it just gives you that instant mid prio once you have that evolve. And we've said it in pro many times. We see it in higher leagues as the Predator and the Ezreal on the lethality Varus, on these high power long range wave clear carries that can just get you instantly that prio in lane. Victor kind of falls in the same window, but
Mm-hmm.
There's a certain artist that we're forgetting as well.
Oh god, yes, he's back from being gone. I
you
totally
mean
get
Jin,
what you
right?
mean.
No,
Yeah,
no,
no,
the other
guy.
artist, the
The
other
other
artist,
guy.
the slightly more emo artist.
We mean the super emo Hui with his unending despair that he brings to the rift, not just to himself but to everyone around him.
And also most tanks.
Imagine being that emo. My goodness. But yeah, he's also back. That's true, Luna. Did you have anything to add on to that comment?
Champion's not funny and fits the role very well, right? Can play mid, can play AD carry, long range wave clear, very good artillery, incredible burst damage. He does. It's disgusting.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we will see if we're going to see it. Before we head into the draft, we do have a 1v1 to watch to decide which team takes which side. And we are going to watch Cardinal versus Zephyr, if I'm correct.
Yeah, I mean, Okay.
Huh?
Oh,
Something
no
different.
way!
Something different.
That is not Cardinal and
Nope, that
and
is.
Zephyr. I don't
That
think.
is Nuclear Vikings
That is
Brody
Brody.
and Rhythm.
Yeah. I think
Okay.
is
Oh.
okay. Lots of fighting, lethal tempo stack, press the attack stack. The exhaust popped on the side of the Varus and as well as the flash. Just a lot of
Kalista.
trading. Kalista has that extra sustain, the hops kind of make it really obnoxious to try and play Varus into it. That piercing arrow. Strong skill shot, you have to land it.
Absolutely, and against a mobile AD carry like Kalista, that is a little bit harder. We see how much space Rhythm is already taking here around the minion wave as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're kind of just waiting on the window where Body can land those chains of corruption, but Rhythm is playing around these spheres excellently, usually getting this scope down. I thought I'd never see the day where a Kalista is outspoken about it.
Rhythm is just completely controlling as well here, which is.
I have a prediction.
You go ahead and tell us.
I think this is going to end by somebody throwing their life under tower.
Ooh.
That's your prediction. All right, let's see if it happens.
Rhythm is 20 CS off of getting WinCon. Brody has to do something here, otherwise this is a little bit doomed. Because 92 is this is a cannon wave. He's gonna be on 99 if he gets every minion in this wave.
It's also completely full HP. It's
99. He's already gonna go for the ultimate. He has to.
Yeah.
So corruption go out. Piercing out. Exhaust
he will
up.
execute him here, and that will be it.
Okay, Rhythm, showing it on the Kalista. Kalista, very obnoxious 1v1 champion if you don't have something that can deal with her mobility. And the Varus doesn't. Quite simply. The skill shot based champion playing into the one of the most mobile champions in the game. Bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, although I'm not sure if that tells us who won side select for the game we're about to watch. Very interesting to see.
Yeah. It was a peculiar 1v1. For sure.
Not one that I expected, for sure. I mean, in our in what I heard, we were going to see a mid lane face off. And instead we did not. We saw an ADC face off. And that one you might usually see. Kalista, Varus. But I mean, we will see if any of these champions will be picked in the game that we are about to head into.
I mean, Varus is quite high priority. I believe.
That is true.
Kalista.
She got her changes in 25-1-1, so maybe.
You can't count it out. You did mention, Harold, that they do like some spicier picks. I don't know if Kalista is spicy enough for you, but...
I mean, considering it's loyal instead of bloody in the bot lane, they might gravitate towards something safer, but you never know. Sometimes, the player just has a pocket pick that works better. So we might see it, we might not. It's just going to be kind of up in the air whether it happens or not. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to more just brawling. None of that, macro-oriented League of Legends. Oh, we're trading objectives, we're trading pressure on towers. No, I just want to see fighting. It's more fun.
It is definitely more entertaining to watch.
It is more entertaining to watch. And, I mean, let's cycle back around to draft. We were talking about what picks we expect to see. What we typically expect is teams to opt in for a red side, right? You really value that counter pick. It means you have to ban away a couple of power picks to get away from first rotation. Nuclear Vikings, who won the 1v1 that was done for this game, disagree. They have opted to take the blue side for this game. So they have some value on that blue one.
I mean, yeah.
And you're about to tell us what it is.
I'm gonna throw. Let me reach into my bag of champion names quickly.
Oh no!
I'm gonna say.
What's coming?
Corki.
What's cooking? Corki.
It seems to be the champion we're seeing left open the most at the moment, with Victor and Skarner being so strong. So I'm going to take the safe bet and say Corki. Maybe for game 2, I have something slightly spicier. Then I have time to think.
Totally understandable. Do you think that Corki will then go to the bot lane? Or will it go to the mid lane?
More than likely bot lane. I think in mid lane, Corki is suffering at the moment just because you do still want a bit of time to scale, and you can stat check AD carries really effectively. It's a little bit harder to do with mages because there's a lot more disengage innately built into their kits, so they can kind of just CC you and back off, so your Valkyrie was useless, and it's a much shorter lane, so if you decide to opt for a fight, you are likely then just immediately getting ganked, whereas in bot lane, you've got a bit more maneuverability to play with. I have heard that there was a Corki jungle on Monday. I've no idea. I didn't see it myself. If there was a Corki jungle, I have so many questions. That being said, I don't think we're seeing it today.
I don't think we're seeing it today, but man, what a terrible timing for my internet to cut out then to not be able to see the Corki jungle in all of its majestic power. But no, I don't think we are going to be seeing that today. But is there any jungle pick, now that we're talking about jungle picks anyway, that is maybe not Viego, that you would really like to see coming out?
I mean, personally, I'm a fan of the Wukong right now. The Monkey King's power is all-encompassing right now. He is a strong skirmisher. He is a strong team fighter. He has CC. He has damage. He has wave. He has the jungle. He has a powerful clear. So he has good gang timers. I think together with Skarner and maybe Viego, they're on that same S tier of jungle champs right now. Skarner is a bit above S. Is kind of just win con. You pick Skarner and you lose the game. You may have to reconsider some choices. But
very true.
Yeah, my picks to watch probably for the jungle would be the Wukong. I think it will be first pick, but we are straight away. Oh, it's a Wukong first pick.
He is him. They first picked the Wukong. Well, who would have known?
Corki was banned. Well, now I'm sad.
Well, now, yeah. He is really him. Harold, you are feeling yourself today.
Yeah.
But, skirmishing junglers, they are incredibly strong right now. Corki being banned, Skarner is banned as well. Oh,
Oh my god. I'm just
Mida?
realizing Skarner was banned on blue side.
And
Mhm.
somehow Victor has made it through bans.
You are absolutely right. You are absolutely right.
And it's an Italy answer to a Wukong, which, if memory serves, is not even a particularly good lane.
Well,
Or
they're in the jungle,
It
so
looks
matchup.
like they're not even interested in the Victor. On
I
the
mean,
side
the
of
Jin
Rise.
works within Italy. It gives you very long range follow up to a spear landing if you don't one shot someone. You got very good with the Deadly Flourish. Nuclear Vikings looking like they want to go for a much more bog standard composition, and I really like that. You've got Wukong, who can buy space. You've got a very good poke lane in Varus Karma already. Varus can go on hit and have the safety from Inspire, or he can take, hold his hands up and say, actually, okay, I'm gonna go lethality, and we're just gonna play the range, which Wukong will be more than happy with. I'd need to see what they round this out with, though, in order to say for certainty what Nuclear Vikings' full plan is. Second rotation bans mean everything in this situation.
Mm.
I will reserve judgment until R5, but I have some choice words for this draft from the side of Rise Gaming. But Nuclear Vikings, to go back on Luna's point for a second, just pairing an Enchanter with a strong early game bruiser like the Wukong is always going to give you that early game power window, because the sustain from Conqueror, the sustain of just, the Wukong passive kind of just being ridiculous, honestly. The extra armor, the extra HP regen, it is quite ridiculous the amount of power that champion has in the early game. As we see that Gwen banned away from Rise, are they aiming to blind pick on 4 to have counter pick in mid?
Mm.
Would
The Aurelia
shock
ban
me.
being covered. I mean,
That
Cardinal
being
is a
said-
good player.
Yeah,
Cardinal
I mean,
is a
that
very
being
good
said,
Yeah.
the Gwen ban can also just be, we don't think this Wukong's going jungle, we're taking away another jungle ban as well.
Mm.
But and then the if that's the case, the Nuclear Vikings draft is doing my head in, because if you're planning on sending the Wukong top lane and you're banning Skarner and first picking Wukong is, yeah, I don't know. Poppy bad bang banned away from the side of Rise. Not too many dashes on the side of Nuclear Vikings. Of course, there is that, that Warrior Trickster on the side of Nuclear Vikings in the Wukong. Very powerful ability ever since they gave it the ability to dash over walls. As we see a Cassante ban on the side of Nuclear Vikings, very strong top lane blind pick right now. One of those, honestly, blue oneable top picks right at this very time, because just of his overwhelming lane presence, safety, and even ability to just play in like a lane swap situation. He's just really good at the moment. As we see,
Ooh.
okay,
You did mention the Ambassador
Shmion.
and the Aurelia.
Shmion,
And
okay.
that is going to be the pick. I mean, the Aurelia being banned, it leaves the Ambassador open. So, yeah.
I mean, yeah, but it's a blind Ambessa, and Renekton is open.
Yeah.
If you're Nuclear Vikings, I understand you've got this long range bot lane you kind of want to play around, but this is punishment needs to be served for those who disrespect the top lane.
I mean, the long range bot lane actually isn't a huge thing here, because Varus is really short range when he doesn't go lethality. So you can just play a front to back death ball in this situation with the Varus Karma. You've got Mantra Inspire to allow the entire team to be able to run at the enemy. This team cannot run away from you. Rise's comp has to go forwards. They don't get to leave. So they are playing right into the hands of what your composition wants here. You round this out with a really good setup mid laner, something like a Lissandra, and this game is just over for Rise already. The Talia does the exact same thing and has incredible roaming, which means you just have a 2-man roaming death squad from mid-jungle, level 6 onwards, and neither of these side lanes are ever safe because neither of them have the ability to go backwards. This is incredible.
How do they save the draft
into a
here?
hole. I mean, you can't even really send the Ambessa mid because Talia punishes all of those dashes thanks to the Unraveled Earth. Syndra doesn't fix your issues. Hui helps. Hui helps.
But an emo boy does.
Hui
Hui
does help.
actually does a lot to save this composition, for the sole fact of the enemy team can no longer death ball. Spiraling Despair needs to be respected this game, because it's going to buy so much space and give Ambessa the time to rinse through your backline. The problem that Nuclear Vikings have is they aren't very mobile. Outside of being able to deathball together and run, they don't really have a way to keep themselves safe. Because Wukong and Renekton are going to be here, while Varus and Karma are here, and Talia is here. So you really do need some way to keep your backline safe, and the Hui forcing you to scatter gives the Ambessa and the Rel so much value.
Counterpoint. Flash Ruthless Predator.
You have Flash once every 5 minutes. You have Spiraling Despair once every minute 30.
You don't have to fight every minute 30. You can just fight every 5 minutes. Every objective, you just take a fight.
You can, but let's be honest here. It's the UK ELPL.
Yeah.
We're going to be fist fighting at every moment possible.
I mean, it is Rise. They're going to try and force something, you know. Again, super aggressive topside. The Ambessa, the Hui, and the Nidalee. I mean, Hui less. Nidalee, Ambessa more. But
I do kind of want to cycle back to something you said earlier, where Rise will be favored in the early game. This composition completely flip-flops that. It's actually Nuclear Vikings that are really favored in this early game, and if Rise are the ones that try to play aggressively, they're really, really going to struggle.
I mean, they're probably going to try and play around the power window of the Nidalee. They've picked the Nidalee so early, knowing the Wukong was likely going jungle. I would assume will move with the Nidalee, but it's going to be a lot about execution and power windows. And in this early game, the Nuclear Viking composition, just at level 6, that composition is terrifying, honestly. It is just very
terrifying, as you say. I mean, everything comes down to execution. The way does tie the draft back together, giving some edge back to the Ambassa, to the Rel, as you mentioned, Luna. But I think that our casters are ready to hop into the game, so I will say thank you very hard in Black Boxer.
Thank you so much. Terrific stuff there on the desk. I am Greyheart. I'm absolutely to be delighted by all the words, all the wrong orders. I'm delighted to be joined by Black Boxer. Max, great to have you here. What are you thinking of these drafts we've just seen?
Oh boy, I mean, I agree with everything that the desk is saying, but at the same time, I feel like we're not really concentrating hard enough on the fact that there is a Nidalee on my screen right now, because this is something I've not seen a lot recently, and potentially for good reason. It's in the same kind of boat as the Elise, which has been popping up now and again, where if you begin to fall behind, this champion does so very little for you, and especially into this composition that you've got drafted right here for the Nuclear Vikings, I worry a lot about what this Nidalee is going to be able to do, and for a team like Rise, who really need to get all of their lanes going, they've kind of just been sputtering at the start, having a jungler that's in a bit of a tenuous position before you even get into the game, it worries me just a bit.
I suppose it's going to be really interesting to see how the early game goes down. I mean, we heard some of the analyst points there in regards to what Wukong brings. Obviously, the passive being such a benefit in terms of all those that extra stat stick. However, as we're in a world right now where with the feats of warfare, the early game is so important. If this Nidalee is able to land some crucial spears, get in Cougar form, could be a bit of a game changer. But overall, I think we're both agreed that Nuclear Vikings have just slightly outdrafted it.
Yeah, Nuclear Vikings, they seem to have a bit more of a cohesive draft overall. I mean, Rise, their draft was saved by that Hui. I do like the look of the Hui, and if you can get far ahead with this composition, it can look absolutely fantastic. Like you said, the Nidalee Spears can do so much. We've seen a Jhin pentakill already in the Four Nations this year, and Hui's, they always do so much. This composition, when it gets rolling, can work, but because it is such a go-forwards, deathball kind of composition, with the Nidalee, with the Rel, and with the Ambessa, with the backline threat that you get through the Jhin and the Hui, if you don't have that sort of lead that you really need, it's the sort of composition that can sputter and sit quite far back and not really have anything to do with the game, not proactive later on.
Well, while we're focused on Rise with that need to get ahead, let me ask you the question then. How are they going to be getting ahead? Are we looking at the 2v2 potential that the Rel and the Jin have? Is it going to come down a lot to whether these Nidalee ganks are on point? What are you looking for here?
I think the first thing we have to check out is what kind of Varus are we working with, right? If it's going to be a poke Varus, then this lane gets a hell of a lot harder to try to play around for Rise, because if you're constantly getting poked out by both a Karma and by a Varus, that sucks. That is a miserable sort of lane to try to play into. If anything, I'd kind of expect this role to be trying to get out of that lane. You don't really want to be sitting in that one for too much longer, but if it is going to be an on-hit Varus, which I think you could go either way in this game, I'd prefer to go a little bit further back, but if you want to go for auto attacks, I think it's okay. Then you can try to really play around this bot lane, try to get more aggressive, use the fact that the Varus is going to have to sit a lot closer to get aggressive there. But to be honest, if I'm actually looking at where I want these junglers to focus their attention, I'd rather they looked towards the top lane. I think this top lane matchup, whilst favoured for the Renekton, is very easily influenceable by these junglers.
Yeah, it's a volatile top lane, isn't it? I think it was Harold who shouted out immediately, you've blind picked an Ambessa, and as great as Drakehound steps are, you're playing it into a Renekton which has been left open. It's a fantastic counter pick. The ability for both of these junglers to get involved topside is going to be pretty heavy, especially when you look at early objectives topside of the map, like the grubs. So yeah, I'll certainly be keeping my eyes peeled towards if we get that action up on topside. Are you going to stick with sort of the way your gut was leading you earlier on when saying the Vikings draft was slightly better and keeping that as your prediction for this game, or is there something about Rise that you think maybe is going to be enough to swing it in their favour? This is, after all, an 0-3 team coming into today. They desperately need a win.
I think, unfortunately, I am both leaning towards the Nuclear Vikings composition, but also the way that their team has been looking so far. Rise coming in, it wasn't particularly a composition that I was looking at, and I knew a lot of the players a lot. Scooby obviously is somebody we've had around for ages, and I really like Scooby. I'm excited to see what he can do right here on the Rel, but the composition doesn't seem to be working for them too well. The few games that we've seen out of them so far haven't been the most inspiring. Obviously, we're still early on, and I would love to see them turn this around, just pick up the wins and start making it work. But Nuclear Vikings, despite only having picked up one win, have just looked better even in their losses, and it's that combination of things that definitely has me leaning towards the Nuclear Vikings, but I would really like to be surprised.
Max, it is early days, but I think it's important to touch on the fact that today, with our two casts that we're going to get to do, we're following two teams who are 0-3. Later on, when we come into Good Chi, it's going to be a real uphill battle for them as they go up against Bron and Friends, one of the 3-0 teams in the league. Here for Rise Gaming, it's a really good chance to kickstart their season because they're going up against a team who, yes, they've looked good, but they've only picked up the one win so far.
Yeah, exactly. It hasn't exactly been that start of dreams that you were really hoping for the Nuclear Vikings. They beat Good Chi, which was a very impressive win, but then taking a loss to Aversio, that one feels pretty bad. Aversio haven't been looking like the best team either. Losing to Venom Crest, absolutely fine. 100% an acceptable loss to take for any team in this league right now. We sure do have two teams sat at the top of the table, but the difference in the way that they seem to be, we'll talk about it more obviously with the Bron and Friends matchup later on, but Venom Crest losses, I'm not really counting those, but it hasn't been the best start. I think that losing to Aversio has really hurt Nuclear Vikings, because it seems like that's going to be another team sat in the mid of the pack, who they're really going to be trying to fight around to try to get into those playoff spots. Of course, the top 8 in our format do move on, so you've got a lot of opportunities to be able to pick yourself up at least a playoff spot to fight another day, but losing to other teams around the same level as you always does suck. And so if you are Nuclear Vikings or a supporter of them, you're really hoping for a win right here, and a convincing one at that, to show that we are very much a solid 2-2 team, not one of those bottom teams who are below 500 who have been struggling throughout the opening couple weeks.
I mean, one other question I have to ask in regards to Rise, they're coming in now, and I'll always bow to your knowledge when it comes to Four Nations teams, but they're coming in with Loyal at ADC, which, if I'm not mistaken, that's a slightly, not unusual, but a sub coming in, is that correct?
I think that is a difference from what we've been seeing previously. I think in the previous weeks, yeah, we had Zume for at least the matchup on Monday, so that is going to be a change around, and it could potentially be that somebody's just busy, can't make it, obviously that's fine, but it might also be a sub. We don't actually have confirmation on if things are being changed around permanently right here. If you are Rise, like we've been saying early days, but if you are going to make subs, if you think maybe there's something in the team chemistries that's not working, or somebody maybe is just a better player that you want to be putting in, swapping them in at this point rather than when you're already down 0-6 and playoffs are a distant hope, it's a good time to really kickstart things, and it will be really interesting to see how the performance is going to look right here, because if you do have an absolutely pop-off performance right here for Loyal, and if Loyal is able to work well with Scooby, as we've been saying, a really strong support that we've had a lot of fun watching for the last couple of years here on the Four Nations, then that would be a great way to play, because ADCs are in an incredibly strong position at this point in the meta.
Wow, exciting news. I think we are ready to jump onto the Rift to bring you this exciting matchup in our fourth round of play here at the Four Nations. Here we go. Rock surfing their way out to mid lane. We are going to see that Talia. It's pretty much the one matchup we've not spoken about too much, Max. So do you want to give us a little bit of a rundown? Obviously, we'll keep our eyes peeled on the bottom of the map as it's a 5-stack coming in from Rise.
Ooh, yeah, this 5-stack could be interesting. For the minute, though, it is an I would say interesting matchup in the mid lane, but it's interesting more on the way it impacts these teams and their team fighting ability later on, rather than what I'm expecting to see in the mid lane. Now, you can certainly get solo kills in this matchup, but it's more on somebody making a mistake than it really is on you managing to pull that big play out. Both of these mid laners, though, they do have decent gank setup for their junglers, so if you do want to try gank onto this mid lane, it could be interesting. But the thing about these mid laners really is their impact later on, once we get to skirmishes, once we get to team fights. As the desk was saying, Cardinal right here on this Hui is going to be a big part of making this composition work. The Hui, the Spiraling Despair especially, so very impactful in trying to stop what can be a very aggressive front line out of the top jungle duo for the Nuclear Vikings. If they want to come jumping in, you can stop them dead in their track, and that's a really nice way to be able to just, slow things down, make sure you're able to fight more on your terms. The Talia, same kind of thing though. You've got a very interesting draft that you're up against, where there are a lot of dashes that you can be stopping with that workaround, but also that ulti, if you can split a Hui or a Jin away from the rest of the team, those are incredibly vulnerable members, and if you can work well enough alongside something like the Renekton to just pick up a quick kill right there, all of a sudden 4v5, I really like those odds for the Nuclear Vikings. So these mid laners, whilst not necessarily interesting in their 1v1 matchup in the mid lane, are going to be key to whichever team has the success in this game.
And I think you've pointed out there a really key thing which Weaver's Wall can do, which is, of course, that ability to separate a unit, but also it gives you so much ability to traverse the map so much quicker. Obviously, it's no Destiny, but at the same time, it's still pretty decent as near global ults go. So the opportunity to potentially roam after a quick shove out is definitely much more there for Zephyr than it will be for their lane opponent. We'll see if that factors into any of the early or even later ganks, as we see the junglers just doing a nice steady clear straight away. They've started on opposite sides of the map, so it's quite unlikely that they're going to meet. But who has met is the Renekton up against the Ambessa. Both flashes burnt, first blood secured for the Croc.
Yeah, and this is what was being talked about. Harold, dead on, my man. Immediately spotting that was going to be a little bit of an unequal matchup. And like I said, it is easily influenceable by the junglers, but you don't need it. Shush does not need it. More than happy to just pick up that one as a solo kill. Now, obviously, solo kills are slightly less impactful than they were previously now that we have the feats. You're coming back with only 300 gold, but that's still 300 more than your opponent has. And the Renekton is in a position right here where you can really begin to spiral this matchup just out of bounds for this Ambessa. You can get away from her very quickly and make this champion, which can be so terrifying, has the same level of threat on the backlines that something like the Cassante has, and turn it into something that's basically useless. Now, it'd be interesting to see if Shur is actually able to keep pushing this advantage very strongly, because you always do have to be careful of the Ambessa once she ticks the 6, but at least for the next 2 levels, this should be a pretty free lane.
It's definitely a bit bleak here for Shmion, having given up that advantage and now pushing forward, trying to do as much as they can. They're super careful. This is just going to be a nice opportunity for Shoes to just pick up all of this underway. Of course, those refillable pots were the prize for Shmion going back to base. It's not quite the same as being able to get that early longsword, however. Meanwhile, yeah, has to, absolutely. And meanwhile, down on bot lane, we can see the aggression, the push in coming through from Bum Clean and Water.
Yeah, they're going to be pushing this one through, and that is to be expected because it is going to be the lethal tempo right here for the Varus, a very nice indicator that we are going to get on hit. rather than that lethality look, I mean, you still technically can move things around. Hang on. Oh, don't give over a kill early to the Nidalee. Wait. Or just pick one up for yourselves. Oh my lord, I thought they were going to step up too far, but apparently Nuclear Vikings bot lane, they do not care that there is a jungler in the area. Don't manage to pick up the kill, even though Arclight is on just a sliver of HP, but this is what you can do, right? When it is the poke virus, it's a nice look alongside the Karma to just constantly, slowly tick down your enemies, but this version, you can just keep stepping up, and there's not really too much that you can do. I think potentially Scooby needs to just say, hey, Arclight, I'm sorry, you're going to be useful later on, and try to roam around, play alongside this Nidalee, because I don't know how much they're really going to be able to get in this bot lane.
Nidalee's going to start this dragon up, but is going to get spotted out, I believe, as Khan and Wukong are pretty nearby. Could see a little bit of a brawl coming up around this crucial objective. One just walks straight into a spear, gets caught by the deadly flourish. The easiest of kills. That was almost like an AFK support.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why Water stepped up there. Potentially thought that he had a little bit more support than he did. Giving over that kill, that's a big bit of damage. Cardinal, very happy to have Scooby in the area. Otherwise, that could potentially have been a solo kill. But the bigger prize overall is going to be that Hextech Drake. A big one to get individually. Moves you towards those feats as well. Rise going to be very happy with that prize alongside the kill.
Look at this roam going across, almost accepting that they're being punished so hard on the bot side. The Rel, Jin, they start to move up the map. They're able to get that dragon as a reward on the back of the kill on the Karma. Now with the Void Grub spawning, the potential to get a second objective here.
This is the thing, moving your bot lane around to get involved in as many of these skirmishes about objectives as possible is really impactful. And I was talking about potentially just abandoning Arclight in the bot lane for Scooby, but instead brings him with you, go into your lane alongside. And I really like this because you can farm so much easier right here into the Talia as a Jhin. Obviously, you're now going to be responded to. At least the Karma is going to roam up. Water is now in the area, but at least for a little while, it reduces some of the pressure, although,
Oh, that was a fantastic seismic shove. It looks like Arclight's just about able to escape with the help of Scooby, but now the aggression coming in, the Cyclone channeled onto the Rel. It is going to be, however, at the cost of the Grub snuck away by Nidalee. That is 2 of those neutrals already.
And you don't really lose too much for it overall. Arclight still is able to pick up the wave, get some much needed CS into the back pocket. You are potentially going to be losing a tower plate bot lane, so Bum Clean is still getting a lot. Hang on. Just as a flash, yeah.
Nice respect there coming out of the Nidalee. Seeing a lot of respectful flashes. We saw it from Scooby earlier on the bot lane when there was that 2v3 going in favour of Nuclear, and now seeing it again for Rise. They're just playing safe and actually coming ahead out of quite a few of these neutrals, even though they are 500 gold down.
Yeah, and I like the way that they've been playing this one out so far, moving their bot lane around, not getting caught napping too often, and frankly, responding to catching water napping is such an odd one to have seen that kill go over. And like we were saying, Nuclear Vikings, their composition really should be the one that's able to pop off early on, but instead, it's been Rise who have come out on top, as you said, and this Nidalee that I was so suspicious of has at least picked up that initial kill. Now, that can be pretty tough to get on Nidalee. You do so much damage early on, but if you ever get caught in a 2v1 situation, she is so squishy, not quite mobile enough to really get away with how squishy she is in the early game, and you don't deal as much damage, at least in your human form, to really be able to try to go and do things like steal away jungle objectives from this Wukong. Right now, though, we are going to see, once again, in the area with this Nidalee. I don't think a gank is available here, sure.
Director takes us away just as Rel goes over the wall with that charged up flash, and it is going to be another kill secured. It is also going over to Nidalee. This Nidalee stacking up mighty nicely here, Max.
Yeah, I was not thinking that there was going to be an actual opportunity on. You saw how pushed back Nuclear Vikings bot lane was, but it just doesn't matter. And now they're going to nick away this red buff. Yeah, smite.
Like just about able to take it away. They're going to be able to hop over the wall as well. Seismic shove not there in time. Even the chains of corruption were thrown out.
Wow, that is a lot blown to try to kill onto this Nidalee, who has just robbed you blind. Instead, just going to wander on away. Doesn't even have to blow any big any big summoner spells, just walks on out. I mean, this is getting away with murder right now, but exactly what you need. If you're going to pick yourself up a risky jungler like this, the Nidalee, the Rengar, the Elise, any of those, you'd better pay it off, and you'd better pay it off well. And so far, this has been exactly what we're seeing right here. Out of Seltzam, if he can keep this one up, keep pushing the advantage with this Nidalee, you can get to a point where you deal so much damage and can do so much poke that you almost negate the fact that you've got a good poke combo in the bot lane once you get to these objectives. Being said, Arclight is taking a decent chunk of damage right here. Does obviously need to be respectful of the fact that you are up against heavy poke champions. But we've got just a little while now until we're going to see the next set of grubs spawning, as well as the next Drake. Interesting to see if we're actually going to get a fight around this one, or if it's once again just going to be Ryze getting to steal all of them away. The next objective for Ryze will complete that feat.
Feels like Nuclear need to do something sooner rather than later. You asked the question earlier on about whether or not Ryze were going to be able to get into that position of dominance so they could snowball their murder ball comp, and at the moment things looking pretty good for them with the way they've been able to play around objectives, but they are just slightly down on gold due to the dominance of the laners of Nuclear.
Absolutely, the way that Nuclear have been able to just push the advantages in the lanes where they have them has been really, really nice to see. Obviously, you've got a little bit of a deficit in terms of jungle gold, but that's to be expected when the Nidalee gets as many kills early on as we have seen. But in the top lane and the bot lane, big advantages.
But one advantage that there is in the top lane over on the side of Ryze is the fact that teleport is up for Ambessa. So as this next dragon spawns, we have actually got this opportunity for them to just throw all 5 members down should we not see Renton able to interrupt the Ambessa. I think a fight is brewing as this dragon has been started up. Cardinal having to sidestep a little bit of the damage there, and for now, Drake will go untouched. Big spear.
Oh boy, Water taking a huge amount of damage right there. There's no real deep wards to see the Ambessa teleport onto. There is one at the back of the Dragon Pit.
Renton started to walk down, actually just checks out the grubs and then starts walking back to topside. So it does look like at most it's going to be a 4v4 shot unless Ambessa decides to join the fray. Meanwhile, health bars not really dropping particularly as most of these skill shots going wide.
The longer that this goes on, it should begin to favour Ryze more and more, as they do have slightly more poke overall in their composition. It's not to say that Nuclear Vikings don't have some to be able to respond with, but if you're getting hit constantly by a Jhin, Hui and a Nidalee, at some point that damage is going to begin to stick, and it does at least push the Nuclear Vikings away. That was a lot of time spent sort of just sat here waiting, seeing what can be found, and to be honest, I think it does once again favour Ryze, because they're perfectly happy to be able to just wait. Now they found their opportunity.
Water gets aggressed on Curtain Call, goes down, one shot gets fired into the Varus. The final ones go wide, but another kill has already been secured again, going over to the Nidalee Spear. Now here comes the Hui. The clone is going to take a little bit of damage, bit of aggro as Zephyr walks out to safety. Has to be a little bit careful due to that vision on the back of the pit. This is going to be another neutral objective going the way of Ryze, and they've also got those 3 kills to their name as well. This could well be the feats of warfare completed right here, right now.
It should be indeed. They're going to be able to just move on forwards onto this one. There's nothing you can do as Josh Kang. Stepping up into the pit would be certain death for only a sliver of a chance of actually being able to steal that one away. And there we go. Ryze are going to pick themselves up the feats of strength. And this is what we wanted to see out of this composition. The early advantage that they're able to find for themselves, despite having a weaker early game team. Finding the kills onto this key carry of the Nidalee. Zephyr needs to be careful here. That's does so much damage.
Zephyr playing with fire, but it's Cardinal who gets burned.
Oh, I was not expecting Zephyr to be able to pick up the kill right there. Because of that, you've got a ton of space just to be able to pick up these grubs as well. Hang on, mid. Yep, there we go. Seltzer just wanders onto mid. That's the 4th kill now completed. 6 stacks on that Dark Seal as well. Seltzham's stuck in such a very strong position and might actually be able to steal one of these away if he wants to. Nah, we're just walking down. Just walk away. No need to give over that 300 gold shutdown at this point. So it is a solo kill in the mid lane, something I was surprised to see. But still, Ryze, they feel like they're in a good spot in this game.
Next, we had questions about the Nidalee. It feels like they've been turned into exclamation marks at this point. 4-0. Every single kill for Ryze so far in the pocket of the spear-wielding Cougar.
Absolutely. The way that you have to execute on these squishy high damage carries in the jungle is so very specific, but so far looking very, very good. We are going to get more in the bot lane. What is this?
Bomb clean overstepping, unable to trade the damage back. Cardinal securing that kill for themselves. A first one for the mid laner, just about living to tell the tale.
I can't quite see why Bomb Clean would have stepped that far forward. I suppose that they didn't know Scooby was there?
Seismic Shove connects, but it's not the fight that I think Nuclear think they wanted. Rise already securing one. Another kill for the unstoppable Learning Arc. Arclight absolutely demolishing the opposition. Looking for the opposition jungler now, but Josh Kang able to get out of dodge. Stepping away from the Deadly Flourish at the last moment.
Still, they're going to lose a ton of damage onto this mid lane tower, perhaps the entire structure as well, and some stolen away chickens too, just to add insult to injury. And the gold lead for Rise that was sat even not 2 minutes ago has already begun to just increase right here. What, they've got about 1,000 right now, considering they were down earlier on because of the differences in CS. That's very impressive. Still, they've got 30 CS down in the top lane, another 20, 30 down in the bot lane, and they're up by 1,000 gold. That tells you just how much things have swung.
Big fight going on up top side. Well, I say big fight. Bit of a wet noodle at the end of the day between these two warriors. Still just that one kill separating them. CS-wise, though, have a little look at Shush. 40 CS up against the Ambessa.
Yeah, just a huge gap in terms of how... Oh, hang on, Cardinal.
Another fight is
he
brewing.
fine?
And again, Learning Arc has just got so much damage right now. By far the strongest champion on the Rift. And all of those Dark Seal stacks to their name as well.
The thing about Hui is that when he's in a good, balanced spot, the thing that makes him good as a champion is not the damage. It's the CC, and specifically the slows that he applies. You try to play an actual game with the Hui, especially with an engaged composition, and you're just being slowed for so much, and anytime you think you've just about gotten away, nope, there's a Severing Bolt coming down from the sky to pick up long-range sniped kills. But it's the CC, it's the slows, it's the annoyance of a Hui that's more impactful, and that makes him still a good champion, even when his damage numbers are not that strong. That being said, the damage he does right now is disgusting.
It seems like time and time again, someone's overextended on bot lane. It's the turn of Zephyr this time, and with the Spiraling Despair circling the champion, it will be the death of the Talia. Meanwhile, while this is happening, Herald has been started up on top side with a little bit of prio being put there by Josh Kang.
They need to be able to pick something up for themselves. Losing out on the feats already sucks, but being able to pick yourself up this Rift Herald is going to be huge. Getting this mid lane tower down, going to be massive to really unlock the rest of this jungle for you. Stop this Nidalee from being able to step so far forwards and really put some threat onto her. She's very vulnerable whilst taking camps. If you can catch the Nidalee in that Cougar form already, having just jumped especially, that's a great place to be able to pick yourself up a quick kill. Once the enemy jungler's down, that does unlock these objectives for you quite a lot as well. Still though, it looks like bot tower is going to fall very, very soon. A lot of the towers in this game are incredibly low at this point as well. We continue watching these top laners fight just a little bit more. We are going to get to see Atakan in the top lane. Wow.
I've seen this story before, and it's got the same ending. No alternate ending on this DVD. That's a throwback. Who remembers DVD? Blogger.
What's a DVD, huh? No, I'm kidding. I'm not that young. I'm not that young.
Oh, I am. I don't know. I definitely don't remember the VHS. Meanwhile, here comes the Nidalee, throwing a spear, nearly taking away half the health of the
Wow. A 14 stacks Medjay, right? Already, you've got a needlessly large rod in the inventory alongside the Leandries too. So Celsam just in such a strong position. We are going to see this Drake be focused up right here by Rise. It will be their soul point picked up already. And whilst the Cloud Drake isn't necessarily the most interesting of all the Drakes to potentially pick up for yourself, it is one of the best ones, and having a soul right here would be huge on this composition.
Blogger, I'll tell you what, a less PG caster would have made a joke about a spear hitting Bomb Clean then, but I'm not about that life. What I am about, however, is seeing if a public execution is issued here. But no, Shmiel actually not quite having that one available. I assume they were duking it out earlier on with the Ransom, going to lose out on their top turret. Marvel fans, Max, would love to ask the question, what if, over and over again if you're talking to them. I, however, want to ask, what next for both of these teams? Rise have managed to get themselves a 2k gold lead. They've got a load of these neutral objectives. What next for them to try and continue on with this Deathball comp?
For Ryze, they just want to get themselves into more and more skirmishes. They want people to keep wandering bot lane and basically submitting themselves for death. That's what's been happening. That's where most of these 10 kills have come from. I think like 7 of the 10 kills have happened from people just wandering bot lane to their demise. And if you keep doing that, keep giving over the gold and the time around this bot lane, things are going to go well for Ryze pretty much continuously. They're also going to need to think about how to play around this Atakan. It's in the top lane, not necessarily ideal for them, considering they've had such a bastion of strength down in the bottom side, and now you're going to be wandering up into Shu's domain. That's exactly where a lot of the strength Nuclear Vikings have is.
Oh,
it's happening again!
It's
Greyheart is happening again!
So unstoppable, so overextended.
Greyheart happening again! There's now 2 needlessly large rods in the inventory of Spear.
That's a death cap mighty soon, and unfortunately it's just continual overextensions coming in from Nuclear in the bot lane. You know what they say, fool me once, fool me twice, you don't fool me again.
Fool me 7 times? Okay. Breathing.
Oh, dearie me.
So, the what if for Ryze. Hang on. If they can pick up this kill and this shutdown, that would be huge.
This is
a great
huge. It
way
will
in.
affect the Dark Seal massively, loading up, trying to get safety. Unable to do so as the Cyclone finally rains down. The destruction is there, but the support has arrived. Death of Renekton makes it a 1-for-1. It is good shutdown gold, however.
That is a huge shutdown, like you said, and it's onto the right member. This is what I was about to bring up for where you try to play around. Nuclear Vikings, they've managed to pick themselves up 2 losing lanes and a jungle that's gone badly, but their top lane is very strong. Without their top lane, though, this happens.
Yeah, that's Bunkin having to flash away, still trying to put out good damage. Remember, this is on the hit, but he can't get close enough to get those on hits going. Complete and utter pressure being put on by Ryze. They are doing exactly what you said they need to do next. And now is the opportunity for me to flip the tables and say, what about Nuclear? What next for them? They're now finding themselves still at 2,000 gold down, seeming to lose tempo all the time, consistently overextending, soul point down. How do they bring this back from the brink?
Your top lane is 2 grand up. A ton of that just came from another kill going over to this Renekton. The bright spark in what has been a bit of a weird game so far for Nuclear Vikings. But Renekton, of all the champions to have a big lead on, is one of the best ones. You can really push that advantage. You can see constantly side laning, drawing pressure down. But once you get into a team fight, that's where this Renekton can really begin to shine. Has gone for an interesting build. Bit more of an aggressive one. Gonna be pretty squishy if you're not able to actually land a lot of your abilities. If you get held up, if you get stunned by the Deadly Flourish, by the Hui being a Hui, anything like that, then this Renekton's gonna die very quickly. But the second you're actually able to hit people, having this Shojin and this Eclipse is gonna make this Renekton do so much damage and be able to heal through a lot of it as well. Once you're on top of people, get this Renekton into the backline, get him on top of Cardinal, on top of Arclight, and that is gonna be a great way to get yourselves back into this game. Another great way, as they're showing right here, is using this Rift Herald. At least pick up the mid lane. You've now unlocked a ton more map for you to be able to play around. And I like the way they've got 4 members wandering over towards Atakan right now, because you can see there's nobody really about to try to respond if you do want to just start it up. The issue with Atakan, though, is it takes a long time to take, and it does a ton of damage. So I'm not quite sure if Nuclear Vikings feel comfortable enough to just pull the trigger on that one right now.
I think their positioning says they probably don't, especially as we're less than a minute away from this 4th dragon of the game spawning. It would be Cloud Soul going over the way of Ryze. Should they be able to secure it? We saw already how insanely fast that Nidalee was coming out of the river, just with the 1 Cloud Dragon to their name and everything else that's going on. If they get another, boy, it's going to be scary. And here they come again, throwing out the spear, connecting onto Shushu, tries to dash away, pops the Dominus, trying to do everything they can to survive. Shmiel not able to chase it down with the Drakehound step.
And that is a big sign right here. Go straight for Atakan, and on do go Nuclear Vikings. If they are able to pick this one up for themselves, that would be a huge advantage right now. Cardinal, though, does do a lot of long-range damage. Could potentially try to steal this one away.
I think this is just going to be a straight-out trade, to be honest, Bloxer. I think they've accepted this is not going to be an opportunity to steal after the pressure they put down to Renekton. Instead, they're going to swamp that dragon, secure the soul for Atakan. Fair trade?
I think so in this situation, for a couple reasons, right? You have such good use of the Cloud Drake on your composition for Ryze, and it's a voracious Atakan, which is really unbelievably strong when you are the winning team. It means you can basically just run at your enemies.
It's the
Who
win
cares?
walk.
Exactly. But if you grab it from behind, it doesn't help you nearly as much, because if you were going to lose a team fight anyway, and now you respawn quicker, that helps, sure, but you were losing the team fight anyway. You're not able to go run into your opponents and not care about dying, because you're probably not going to be able to pick up as many kills before you die in the first place. You're not going to be trading that respawn for an inhibitor, for a tower pretty far back. It doesn't help you nearly as much, and if you're losing quite as much as we are seeing Nuclear Vikings lose at the moment, that quick respawn is just a quicker way to get back to your death if you decide to go for another one of these big fights. I'm not saying it's not good to pick up for Nuclear Vikings, but I mean, you see it in this sort of situation right here. If Zephyr dies right now,
it's less
just
than,
a reset.
Less an if and more a when in that particular scenario with the Nidalee running them down. But yeah, as you say, it's just going to be a quick back to base, back out again. Courtesy of the home guard's going to be nice and quick into action. We're coming up to a point where Baron's going to be spawning, so that will be a crucial objective for each of these teams. A few minutes down the line, we'll also have a very early Elder Soul opportunity.
Yeah, and that is going to be big as well. Rise want to keep the acceleration on right here. They are enjoying the way that this game is working out for themselves right now, want to keep that one going. Rise, they do look like they're being chased about potentially for a fight right here by Nuclear Vikings.
I have to say, I may have misseen it, but it looked like a complete whiff there of the Chains of Corruption, which obviously not an ideal tool to be losing, but still good pressure being put down, trying to make the most of this buff and managing to at least secure themselves a bit of turret gold.
Yeah, indeed, and this is the good bit of having that Voracious, is you're able to step forwards. Still, they're having to run away now, and not being able to use it proactively is, I think, the biggest thing. When you're winning, you can use Voracious Athakan as a proactive buff. Wonderful, we've gone for a fight, and now we're able to just survive, and we can go more ham. As it stands, you saw it especially top lane, you're just losing it for no real good. It saves you a bit, but doesn't really help. Now with the Baron up and available, I think this is the point at which Rise do start to play around this top side a bit more, and they have a decently quick take as well onto this buff. It's not the fastest. A traditional ADC rather than a Jhin would help, but you can still take it pretty fast. But more than that, you want to bait Nuclear Vikings into a team fight, especially if they don't have the Renekton around. The Renekton is on the way though.
Oh, I feel like I can hear Admiral Akbar in my ear. It feels like a trap. The circle of red units coming in around the nuclear team. This could be trouble. Josh Kang doing everything they can, actually managing to force a flash, but Shneon's already managed to kill off Bumpy. 3 kills now as Jhin to kill themselves 1 each, and now it's gone from bad to worse as the next to fall will be Shush on the back of having managed to score themselves at least 1 kill. It's something, well, it's not something for nothing, but it is a lot for very little.
Yeah, you're not really even going to need to pull back right here as Rise and go towards this Baron. Instead, push on forwards 20 seconds until anybody who can stop the push is going to be back up and available, and cracking the space open again buys you so much more space right here for Rise. And I feel like we need to once again put a little bit more respect right here onto Seltsam's name. Known for this Nidalee, but I was still skeptical of it. Seeing how you navigate a Nidalee, even a fed Nidalee, in a big teamfight is very telling of how good you are on a champion. Nidalee is incredibly difficult to teamfight with, and that one was played pretty much to perfection. 16 stacks on the Medjais as well. The fact that the Medjais was picked up and not immediately leading to a death, again, tells you so much about the sort of game it has been so far for Seltsam. And Rise, they're riding on his coattails right now to great success.
I mean, I say it again, Max, it feels like it was our biggest question mark coming out of draft, and I think both of us felt there was a potential weakness there for the Rise draft if this Nidalee didn't show up. Well, we don't have to ask that question anymore because Nidalee has not just shown up. Nidalee has dominated the Rift, and right now it's like prime peanut out there.
I feel like the thing we didn't consider was that Seltsam's built different on this champ, and that's one way to make it work, right? If you know what's up on a champ, if you can play it to this level, it looks really good. Beyond that, I think what's telling of the way this game is going is that despite the fact that Shush was looking so strong earlier on in this game, every teamfight he's either arrived late, not necessarily through fault of his own, his team's trying to fight without him a lot of the time, or they just get cornered in bad positions, but also when he does arrive, he's still not able to pick up anything other than one, maybe two of these cleanup kills. A Renekton who got this far ahead, you expect them to be able to pop off even more. You can see with the Death Dance, again, this is a Renekton fully indexing into dealing the damage needed to carry the team, but if the rest of the team has died before you even manage to get there, you can't make this combo work alongside things like the Talia and the Wukong. These champions can all work so well, so synergistically, but these team fights are just not in good situations, and look at this!
This might be a little bit too deep
far.
though. Bomb Clean able to get an important kill and strip away some Magi stacks away from the Nidalee.
There we go, we finally praised...
The caster
So
curse
that
was real there.
Yeah, finally, there we go. It felt like we were saying far too many nice things about a player for a death not to be coming. Let's see if a team fight can work out. And obviously, the Nidalee isn't the big part of the team fight, though. This can still work.
Rise are trying to get something back, immediately going to respond with a kill onto the Karma. So far in a way, it's jungler for support. Shush having to use that ultimate just to try and stay alive, and with the burn coming out of Cardinal, it's not enough. And with the Crocodile down, what once was a 5 versus 4 power play for Nuclear has become a 4 versus 3 power play for Rise.
Cardinal just does so much damage from so far away. Public Execution does go wide, though.
Oh, it doesn't matter though. Wukong still going down with Elder Soul and Baron both on the table, and the Nidalee respawning. This is going to be one, if not two, crucial objectives going the way of Rise. Scooby wants more!
Scooby! My man, you don't have to keep chasing this one. Still, Shmion is on the way in. They're going to go for blood. I think they're going to be able to pick up this kill as well. Indeed, there's going to be the ace right here for Rise. They can't end the game at this point, surely. I mean, still 20-second death timers. Maybe they can.
They're pushing hard. It was Scooby who jumped over the wall on the realm. It's now Scooby leading the charge onto the Nexus turrets. Both of them down to half HP. One is gone. Water just having to watch their base get destroyed. Shoosh back alive, trying to make a desperate last gasp attempt to save the game. It will be in vain, and Rise will go away from their 0-3 scoreline.
1-0-14 on the Jhin. A massive Nidalee performance. Hui dealing amounts of damage. I mean, what a performance there out of Rise. We had big questions going in. Both us and the desk were not super sold on what Rise had drafted themselves, but the way that they played has definitely sold me on it. I absolutely loved watching that game out of Rise.
I mean, we don't give MVPs to the best of my knowledge here, but it's hard to look any further than Seltzam in terms of what happened. Yes, we saw that little overstep near the end of the game, losing a little bit of Magi's. The final game-ending push wasn't really on the back of what they did, but the rest of the game really was on their shoulders, both in terms of the way that the aggression came out, the kills came in, but also the objective taking early on.
Yes, exactly. Being able to pick up those feats of strength that early on, incredibly impactful. Not necessarily for the buff that the feats of strength give, but just the fact that you picked up all of those objectives, all of those kills, pretty much all of it off of the back of this jungler, and so impressive across the board. Picking up both the first Drake and the first set of Grubs is very tricky. We've seen it for the last year and a bit now at this point. It's pretty much always a trade 1-for-1. It makes sense for it to be a trade 1-for-1. They spawn at the same point on different sides of the map, but being able to play the map that effectively is very impressive. It was an overall impressive performance from everyone, and I'm gonna say everyone. I'm including Shmion in this one. Yeah, sure, you lose that solo kill early on, but it's very easy then to begin to bleed out to this Renekton and let the Renekton get even more kills off of you top lane. That's not what happened. The top lane tower stayed, the kills were not expanded, bot lane kept dying, not necessarily the bot laners, just people in bot lane kept dying and dying and dying, and it felt like everybody from Rise from top to bottom played one of their best games that we've seen this entire split, and I'm so excited for that.
All right, I wanted to pull you. Oh, I think we've got a replay coming in, so let's have a little look. So this was actually the first blood, which we missed out on stream. It was just a straight out outplay, flash for flash, and Shush had the damage.
Unfortunately, that's just the way that this works, and that is a nice solo kill for Shush, and I don't want to be critical of somebody who had a pretty good game, and every top laner has experienced it. You get a solo kill top lane, and the whole rest of the map falls to complete pieces.
Yep.
It sucks. It's not Shu's fault, but he wasn't able to push his individual advantage, and it felt like nobody on Nuclear Vikings could really get their composition going. I don't want to put blame on anybody, but also at the same point, when you have yourself a Wukong, that's a proactive jungler that should be able to get things going early on. We were watching this Nidalee wander around the map continuously. It never really felt like we were talking particularly about what was going on for the Nuclear Vikings jungle.
I kind of want to pull us back a little bit, if it's all right with you. You talked about the incredible scenario we found ourselves where back to back the dragons picked up and then all of the void grubs. I love the macro and the map movement that we saw there, because essentially what we had was the Ryze bot lane getting absolutely bombarded down, in their lane, having a real rough time, and actually deciding to step up river alongside the Nidalee. And it was, call it what it was. It was a misplay from Water, essentially walking into spears and giving away the first kill to the Nidalee. But I do think that the way... So here we go, actually. So this was Water checking whether the dragon was going down, just getting completely caught out by the layered CC. This now leads to taking the dragon, and most teams would stop here and go, like, let's reset lane. Let's send Arclight and Scooby back down to do their job. But what actually happens is that they send down the Hui to bot lane on the back of this, where they don't get killed. And then, as a result, we see that 3-man power squad going and take the grubs. And honestly, it just led to the sort of the spiral out of control.
Exactly. It was the way that they were playing the map that was so impressive and so surprising, because that's not something that we'd been able to see from this team in their first 3 matchups. All 3 of them looked a little bit disjointed, not like everybody was really playing around each other in quite the same way, but all of a sudden, a little bit of a change potentially in that bot lane spot, and things seem to be gelling a little bit better. Also, these are players who haven't necessarily played together a ton. Once you do actually manage to get a couple games under your belt, some more scrims, some more time together, that's the way in which these teams can begin to gel, and the look from Ryze was very impressive.
I mean, best case scenario for Ryze here coming out of this game, obviously getting the win, pushes them to 1-3, takes Nuclear Vikings to the same score themselves, and makes things a lot closer in the table, rather than having a team that's pushing away, going to 2-2 versus 0-4. I mean, that's such a massive swing to have this early in the season, because while it is early in the season, as you've quite rightly said, Blocks, there's a long way to go. There's still opportunity to pick up lots of wins. Just to keep yourself in with that, that important part of the pack, to put yourself in with a good chance of playoffs, so crucial for Ryze here.
Really is. At the moment, we've got a massive crush in the middle of the pack. You do tend to at this point. We've still got more games to separate people out, but the fact that we've got a lot of teams who not just seem to be in the same sort of spot in the standings, but also on the eye test seem to be very sort of close to each other in the way that they seem to be playing, it just overall makes it really important to pick yourself up the wins right here. This was the one good proactive play that we really got to see out of Nuclear Vikings. They were able to pick themselves up a kill on the movement, but all of a sudden they lose out on even more. I think they lose the Drake that... they lose the proactivity around the Drake pit after that one. That means that they then end up losing the Drake a couple minutes later. Like, even when they were trying to be proactive, it felt like it wasn't working for Nuclear Vikings, but it felt like a lot of the game happened to them.
So harsh on Seltsam there that their final replay is going to be the one of them getting shut down, their first death of the game, losing some of those Dark Seal stacks. But look at how long it took for the jungler to die. They got to such a strong position that with a Cougar leap and then a healing human form and a little flash away, they brought so much time that it did become a 1-for-1. Even though it shut down gold, went over, I believe, to Renekton, wasn't enough to make a big difference. What obviously we've got coming up next is we're going to have a break coming up shortly, Bloxer. I know people will miss us horribly, but exciting news, we will be back, and we've got another amazing game coming in. We've got Brother and Friends going up against Good Chi, 3-0, playing against 0-3. Do you want to give us a little bit of a what's coming next, what to look forward to?
Good Chi, they're in the same sort of boat that we have just seen right here out of Ryze, where a team has good bones, but hasn't quite been able to put it together, hasn't been able to show us what we really like to see, and luckily for them, in terms of any team that they could play against who are 3-0, this is probably the better one, because Brother and Friends, whilst they're very good at winning games, they don't make it look easy.
No, they don't. They played a game which I believe you may or may not have described as the worst game of League of Legends you've ever seen the other day, and we'll touch maybe a little bit more on that later on, and I'm sure they'll be hoping to come with something smoother, but I'm sure Good Chi will be hoping to turn things around. However, we're going to finish off our thoughts about Nuclear Vikings and Ryze game by heading back over to our fantastic analyst desk. Over to you.
Thank you, Greyheart, and what a game we just watched. To quote Luna halfway into this game, I've written it down, I don't want to watch this game anymore. I don't know how Twitch chat felt about this. Please do tell us. But yeah, it was quite a game to watch. I think we're going to touch upon more maybe after we take a small break just to recover from that. And then we are going to gather our thoughts in the meantime. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back from this very small break that we just took to gather up our thoughts of what we just witnessed. Nuclear Vikings versus Rise Gaming. There was in Italy. We were not impressed by, but surely were impressed by the end of this game. I mean, Harold, main thoughts and takeaways.
It's a game that happened. I wish I didn't see some of it. But credits to Rise. They played an excellent game to get around to around their comp, around their early game, strong Brit champion in the Italy. Punished the overextensions from Nuclear Vikings really well. Just overall a good game, accelerated well. They did exactly what we told them to do, basically. What or all our observations were. So, but we're going into the next game now, I think.
We are indeed. We are heading into a slight correction as we are going to be seeing 200 Bandits versus Versio on this stream. And over on the UKL 2, we are going to be seeing Gucci versus Broad and Friends. So just so you guys know that where you can watch the game that you want to watch, 200 Bandits versus Versio will be on this channel. And yeah, we are going to head into that one. Harold, I think you have seen these teams before.
I have seen 200 Bandits a good bit. I think they're a very solid team. They have some strong players, especially like again, we're every time there's like talks of these rosters, we can end up kind of end up, hovering back to this top side and all of these players, and in this case it's just Loopy, JB, and Lunkafer. They've been excellent. The only loss they had was against Broad, and that game was chaos. But otherwise, they've looked really solid. Elendil and Kenny have done their job excellently. I rate this roster really highly, and yeah, I really like what they've showed so far.
Absolutely. I mean, I've seen a bit of them on Monday before my internet decided to cut out. F's in chat. But what I saw, I was pretty pleased by. It was a good game until they threw. But let's have a look at the other roster, which will be a Versio with a lot of different names here as well. And I believe, Luna, maybe you are more familiar with this roster.
Ever so slightly. I'm just double checking. So Versio's roster: Eyeglass, Dracker, Bricken, Starforger, and Awaken. They're struggling a little bit at the moment, sitting at 1 and 2 in the standings, much like the Vikings were prior to that last game. Looking to take on 200 Bandits, sitting at 2 and 1. I think Versio's large issue usually stems from an over-eagerness.
Yeah,
That
I
being
think.
said,
I mean, it's just about kind of. We said the same thing about Rise, and then that game just happened. So maybe sometimes it's just about practice.
I'm reserving the right to correct myself at any point throughout the games. That being said, again, I believe quite fittingly, Versio have a couple of subs playing today. So, if trend continues, then they might just completely trip 200 Bandits up. I do believe Living Dream is coming into the jungle and Iconic is moving into AD carry. I could be wrong. Starforger's in mid. I don't know. We'll see? Question mark?
We will see. I mean, there's no way for us to find out now, but we do have a 1v1 ready that we can watch just for our entertainment and seeing who is going to take which side. And it's gonna be... Oh.
Orn was banned.
Okay.
Excuse me. Excuse me. This is criminal.
Okay, but based Lunkafer, Draven pick, fighting the Orn, just hitting him a bunch. You hit this goat and you might get some mutton chops out of him. But, just farming. Are you just at this point on the Draven just getting as many stacks as you can, and then you just wait on the level 6 and you
Yeah,
just all execute?
exactly. All you need to do is just wait for those stacks to build up. You wait to take one more trade with Starforger, hit 6, throw the Whirling Death, force the flash.
Okay.
There you go.
And Lunkafer backsteps into the turret to take an extra tower shot. You know?
Flash force from Starforger is solid, forcing the barrier out. That being said, there is now no way out for this Ornn if he doesn't manage to land the slows. Lunkafer is out of mana.
Yep, completely out of mana, but forcing the Starforger away from the relics. Smart play, you know, just denying him that power. I guess we're just waiting on the cooldown of Whirling Death now. You know, the Draven's power is kind of sitting on that in this matchup, I would assume. The Ornn's power in this matchup.
So you also want to keep him off the wave, is the other big thing.
Yeah, but you Ornn buy item. Also, I don't know. I feel like if you pick a champion that's technically banned, there should be a default lose. I don't know. That's just me.
Could also just be the graphic. I don't know.
Oh. Yeah.
Could be the graphic. They did end up playing out this 1v1, so I do take it that maybe it was some sort of miscommunication.
Oh, he misses the knockup.
Oof.
All the damage. Call of the Forge
Oh,
God. Flashing to there's so little health, but it doesn't matter.
Ah!
Oh.
The flash exhaust isn't gonna do the trick
That's
here.
it for Starforger. That is... Ooh.
Oh god.
How is this still going on?
Oh my god. I mean, surely now.
Oh no,
right?
the tower!
Surely.
The tower!
Surely
the tower!
now. Oh my, what a way to go here. The Starforger under the tower. Not quite connecting
Lunkafer,
there.
my goat.
So the brittle did go off, it just didn't do enough damage to kill.
It
Yep.
didn't.
So 200 bandits have side select.
They do indeed.
We know what side they've chosen. And again, to my surprise, they've chosen blue side.
No. Are you
Following that
for
first
real?
pick. I mean, they did.
Is it-
Like, the last time... Oh.
Whoa!
Why is there a scar there on blue side? Why?
It's
There's
just
a
full
mi-
of madness
there's a
today
missed
at
ban
the
on
Four
red side.
Nations. There is also a missed ban indeed.
Maybe that's the punishment for picking Ornn in the 1v1.
Maybe. Maybe.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
I'm not sure if that was a missed ban or if that was a lost ban. I'll see if I can find out.
Oh man.
Oh,
I've
man.
seen Lunkafer do dirty things on Skarner. Game 1 of during game 2 of this split. This holy. There's some strong picks on the side of Versio that, well, as we were saying, the Cassante. In this case, it was picked in a counter because you're picking it on R3, which means you saw the Ornn, you handshake into the tank matchup, and Cassante is always going to have the power. Ornn on the same kind of power curve. Later the game goes, Ornn will just have the value because of the, just the power of the masterwork items. The Jinx and the Syndra on top of it. You want to play for that first pick, but you're delaying jungle picks so late, and the pool hasn't been really pinched actually. So this is quite interesting. Double enchanter bans to take away safety from the Jinx in the bot lane. I guess you want to pick and engage together with this Pharos, but at this point, the Versio could just hold the R5 for the support, and it doesn't matter what you pick, they can guarantee themselves a strong lane.
oh dear.
Yeah. I don't like the Varus in this comp at all. You have a lot of ways of buying space, but you're also very, 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 very short range.
Yeah, the range is going to be a big issue for the side of 200 bandits. It is mitigated by the fact that, that there's a Scorpion in the jungle. So that kind of leaves you with a lot of power. And
Yeah, you and me both, Luna. You and me both. Is it back?
And this is another
Why?
Varus Karma lane, and somebody over here is not
Who made
very
this a
happy.
thing?
especially
made this a
after the
thing?
game we just saw.
Please,
Right?
at least be lethality, Varus, and damage karma. This hurts my soul.
Or please just buy
Uh,
Malignance at
However,
least.
I can confirm
Oh.
that was a lost ban from Aversia. That was not a missed ban, it was a lost ban. And Akali's around the
Okay.
composition out is
Okay.
I want to go back to my hole. I want to go back to my hole.
I mean, I like it. I honestly like it. You have
I think
the
it's
longer...
fine, but suddenly your Varus Karma do nothing.
Yeah, but you don't need them to do anything. Just win with Skarner.
Just win.
Yeah, just win.
Yeah.
Just win 5-hit. No?
Yeah, exactly. Just win.
Yep.
You do have Skarner. That's true. There comes the Soraka to still provide that safety for the Jinx in lane. Luna's now absolutely and officially lost it.
Oh,
Off the
God.
chair. The whole shebang. No,
Oh,
it's not. It is happening. It is
oh,
happening. I
Lord.
do really like Aversio's comp. They've rounded it out so nicely here.
I mean,
Got everything covered.
yeah, their comp covers everything. They have strong frontline. They have strong backline damage. But I'm sorry, who has Skarner?
Yeah, yeah. Is that a bias that I hear?
A biased thing of mine? No, this champion is just disgusting.
It is.
The power of the Skarner is ridiculous, and there's a reason. It should always be banned from the right
Okay.
side. You decided to
yes.
ban Wukong Kindred?
I would like to refrain from predicting.
That's fine. You are, yeah, you may refrain. Harold, does
Yes?
the Skarner dictate the win here?
Yes.
Really? That is
No-
just what's going to dictate the
Nothing
win?
further to say. You pick Skarner, you win. You lose, look for a different hobby.
I'll be the aspect of chaos. Aversia are going to take it. You know what? I've seen weirder things happen today.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a prediction. Iversio for you. Harold?
200 Bandits are going to take it.
200
Muntefer
Bandits.
has been one of the most standout players. And him getting hands on the Skarner again after what he did in day 2 of week 1 should be illegal. He has it now.
He does. He does. So we are a 50-50,
Yeah.
meaning I am the decider here. I did say I really do like Iversio's draft. I mean, they've got such a well-rounded draft here. So we are... I'm going to make the decision here and say that we are going with Iversio. But let's see what our lovely casters have to say as they are ready to jump into the game. Almost ready, at least. As well, Greyheart, Black Bloxer. Let's hear your thoughts.
Thank you so much. Well, let Luna retreat to her hole and just watch this one from behind the sofa, possibly. Fascinating draft there, Block, so let's talk all about it.
Yeah, I mean, we jumped in and all of a sudden there's a Skarner on our screens, and a Jinx, and a Cassante, and it's basically everything that behind the scenes we were talking about being potentially excited to see. I feel like unfortunately there's, a couple of things that we were excited for missing, but really, they've hit the broad sweeps of what we were looking towards. Iversio's composition, it's pretty standard in terms of what we're expecting to see at the moment. The Jinx is so strong, the Syndra's in a good spot, Cassante and the Udyr, they can work really well together. The only interesting thing right here is the fact that I've not seen a Soraka in months, maybe even a year in terms of competitive. It doesn't pop up basically ever.
Yeah, there are definitely other things that maybe you might have expected to get paired with the Hypercarry Jinx. However, it is a well-rounded composition. Meanwhile, on the other side, there is a Scorpion, or a Crab, as some people thought earlier on.
There is indeed. We had a big long debate about what type of crustacean or, I guess, shelled being that he was. In this composition, it's amazing as well. The Skarner occasionally suffers from not having either enough damage to really play around, or what he has in terms of big tanky people to be alongside him. Well, this composition has both right here. The lovely Ornn to pair up with the Skarner, these two work incredibly well together. The same thing alongside the Varus and the Akali. I really like what this composition is doing. I think the Akali is somewhere you're going to really need to try to get ahead. It's very difficult to do that in terms of this mid lane. The Syndra is so good at being able to just take pressure, absorb it, let it stop. No need to really play that matchup too aggressively, so I think the Akali's going to have to look elsewhere for kills, but a Jinx that's under threat constantly from an Akali can't just sit and hit. Same thing with the Syndra once we get into these team fights. 200 Bandits, they've got a ton of the best champions in the meta right now, all in one place.
A big part of the last game that we followed on stream, for those who have followed through for game number 2, was the constant overextension from the Nuclear Vikings down on the bot side, and seeing the likes of, the midway coming down, ganking, and getting kill after kill. If that's the sort of thing that we see here coming out of Jinx pressure with Akali able to roam down, there is an avenue there. However, I'm more interested in, again, what's going to happen up on top side, because there's a potential for it just to be a little bit of an island, bit of a wet noodle between, obviously, the one and the Kassan. But I kind of want to see some real attention paid to that lane. I feel like it has the potential to deliver quite an exciting storyline up there.
Really could do. I mean, if you want to get super aggressive up in this top lane, potentially, your junglers can get a lot of work done in this lane, and also, he's not a tank. Ornn is not a tank. That's an assassin. That's a stone cold killer hiding right there in the top side, and alongside the Skarner. I mean, we have seen, I think, one other Skarner on the Four Nations this tournament. I think it was the first game that we got to see of the split, and it wrecked everything. It was so far ahead in that game that I don't actually think there was anything that the rest of the team needed to do to help that victory. It was the Skarner and Friends show, and boy was it fun to watch.
It was fun to watch. And speaking of things that have been fun to watch, I want to draw ourselves back a couple of days to a game that we witnessed. And a game that has been described by some as something of a poop show. And I think there's potential for Poop Show 2.0. However, in that game the other day, a game that you went out as far as describing as, with the exception of insert team name here, Arrogant, or games all last season, it was the worst game of League of Legends you'd ever seen. Do you care to double down on that one at all, Max?
I don't. It was a little bit of a heat of the moment. It was a little bit too strong. It was horrific in many, many ways. If you didn't watch that one, that's genuinely worth a watch back. It's one of the funniest games I think I've ever witnessed. I mean, the drafts were wild. The way that the game played out was wild, and the way that it ends had, I think, everybody on both desk and cast bashing their heads into the desk repeatedly, so worth a watch if you haven't seen it. But the real key one of that was 200 Bandits. They drafted themselves a really good look composition into what their opponents had. It was versus Broad and Friends. I really liked what they'd done. They'd completely countered the composition that Broad and Friends had wanted to play. They did lose for the first couple minutes, 5-7 or so minutes. They weren't having the best time, but it wasn't the end of the world. Their composition scaled later on. It was all good. And then for the next 25 minutes, they just dismantled everything it was that Broad and Friends wanted to do. And Broad and Friends are, overall, a better team than Aversio are. So I'm really expecting for 200 Bandits to take over this game, to be able to really control the narrative. I need to see them be able to clean this game up, though, end it in a good way, because as we know, it wasn't 200 Bandits that ended up winning that game, despite being in total control of it up until the 35-minute mark. And so I really want to see them be able to take their advantage, push it, and be able to close this game out.
I like the expectation there, and I think that you are very much, probably quite accurately, setting up Aversio as the underdogs coming into this one. However, I feel like the league standings can quite often be quite misleading. We were meant to have, for a while, Broad and Friends up against Good Chi, and as much as I stay neutral as a caster, I'm a little devastated not to get to catch Broad and Friends tonight, because it's a team who I've cast most of them live in person at various gaming festivals, name redacted, etc. over the years. And would have been great to get the opportunity to. Maybe later in the split I will. And, fantastic team, great spirit, really love what they're doing with the UK scene. But they were going to go into a 3-0 versus 03 match where it was full on David versus Goliath. Realistically, we didn't think Gucci maybe had too much of a prayer unless Broad and Friends had this craziness that we saw against 200 Bandits the other day. Now, as we come into this game instead, and it's a bit more like game one, where Nuclear Vikings were 1-2, Rise Gaming were 0-3. They've ended up in the same boat on 1-3 on the back of it. We have a potential here for the same thing to happen. 200 Bandits 2-1, Versio 1-2. They could sandwich themselves together and both end up 2 apiece coming out of this one. However, 200 Bandits, the incentive there to push to 3-1, getting themselves a good couple of games above the likes of Aversio, Nuclear Vikings, Rise Gaming, absolutely massive for them.
Absolutely, and as much as we were talking about there being a crush earlier on at that 2 and 1 spot, 1 and 2, 2 and 1, all of these are very, very close at the moment and really are fighting over the top of each other. Venom Crest at the moment feel like above the rest. Not to a massive extent, but they seem like the strongest. But right now, that second spot, as much as Broad and Friends technically are in control of it, does feel like it's up for grabs. 200 Bandits push Broad and Friends to the absolute limit. If they can pick up a win right here by Aversio, they're not going to slip out of our conversation for best team in the league.
Well, we're going to see straight away big old Invade 5-man looping around. Cassandra having to be a little bit careful in terms of where they step up to right now. Also, I think we've got to see a little bit of care coming out of 200 Bandits, because if the recalls come through and they get collapsed on, it's always a little bit of danger. But no, it's just going to be ships passing in the night on the top side of the map.
Yeah, nothing too much going to happen. Nobody has to blow any summoner spells or anything. So we move on into this game in a pretty even standing. Once again, it is going to be the standard build right here out of the Varus, where you're looking to auto-attack a little bit more than you're looking to just poke out. I think in this composition, it's absolutely fine. You do need to be careful stepping up anytime there is a Cassante. You can get pulled out of position relatively easily, so that is going to have to be something we watch later on. For now, though, junglers starting on opposite sides of the map. Interesting, actually, that Living's going to start with this wolf camp. So we watch right here, Lunkafor going to be on the blue buff, working down towards this bottom lane. If you can pick yourselves up a couple of early kills in this bot lane, potentially that's a great way to really stop what Aversio want to do. The Jinx obviously is happy with an even lane state. If you can win the lane, that's amazing. But if you fall behind enough, the Jinx can be put out of position and be left in a spot where, sure, Jinx is very strong in the meta right now, but without any items, she really does struggle.
In the last game, it felt like because of what we saw in the jungle, the Wukong Nidalee, especially the proactivity of said Nidalee, it felt like the game could be decided really, really quickly. It feels like unless there's someone who just wants to stamp their authority on the game early on here, it feels like we could be just seeing this one be a bit of a slow burn towards big late game team fights.
Absolutely. If you want to pop this one off, turn it into a massive, crazy game early on, these junglers do have the tools to be able to do so, and potentially the lane to be able to play through, mainly on 200 Bandits with the Akali. Other than that, though, no, I think you're going to be much happier to allow this game to come to you. You do have slightly more scaling on the side of 200 Bandits just because you have those ornaments. It's a level you're just not quite going to be able to get to as Aversio, but still, the late game damage that you can do with a Jinx and with a Syndra is insane, and on top of that, the amount of damage a tank Cassante can do once you get to 6 items is also disgusting. So both these teams are going to be happy to let this game go a little bit longer. I'd like to see some extra proactivity, I think, out of 200 Bandits, though. I think because you've got yourself this Skarner, it is a jungler that can do so much early on, and it's almost been blessed to you, right? You never get it on the blue side at the moment. It's such a ridiculously strong pick that it's been banned since we saw it in that first game, and everybody realized that it was a terrible decision to leave it up and available. We'll have to see if Aversio knows something that we don't, though, because, I mean, leaving it through, very bold.
Not going to see those junglers interacting just yet, as the first scuttles are not going to be contested. We're just going to see straight away Brooklyn able to take this one away up on top side. Meanwhile, Lunkafor just happily securing this one on the bot side. May see some ganks coming in, may see some plays towards Dragon, towards Grubs. As that starts to happen, we'll keep our eyes on it, and actually might have to keep our eyes on it now. Lunkafor going over a ward, not looking for a dive just yet, and that's probably quite a smart decision, as the vision proven by Awaken throwing over the stars over the wall.
Yeah, you really don't want to be trying to dive into this Soraka as well. Getting silenced underneath the tower is almost a complete death sentence for whoever, but still, just showing up...
that's a thresh ability.
Oh,
so
man. Play-by-plays and their puns, jeez. What are we meant to do with you guys? Yeah,
I'll tell you what, actually, I did mention to Temporal I might not be able to do today's cast because I was feeling just like a bicycle. Too tired. Yeah, I deserve that silence, I'll give you that. Meanwhile, no silence in mid lane. Good aggression being put down. No somersault follow-up coming through from the Akali just yet, but really, really nice. Burning the pot out of the Syndra, who does, however, have the Udyr for support.
Yeah, if you can get in onto this gank and kill the Akali early on, this would be huge. Hard gank to be able to get off, though.
It's a 3v1. The flash already burned. Scatter the weak goes wide.
Not quite, not quite. I like the aggression. I like getting the flash right there out of the mid laner for 200 bandits. Not having that gets you so much more survivability for Starforger in this mid lane. There is so much threat that this Akali can put down. Not necessarily at level 5, but once you got that level 6, the perfect execution really unlocks that next level of threat onto this Syndra. And just buying yourself that little bit of extra space right here, definitely going to be useful. You're going to be very happy about that one as JB.
The ADC's trading back and forth, the heal having to be burned there, and it's going to... Sorry, not the heal. That was just a normal Soraka heal coming through to help out. But meanwhile, we are just going to see more pushing up again. A little bit of a slow start. That slow start might start to speed up a little bit, because here comes the Udyr. Flash is available for the... or not going to use it, because Sant not even having to go all out to secure this kill.
I love that. Living was just there for the ride, for the vibes. Wasn't even particularly needed other than as a bodyguard at the back of that tower. Make sure nobody can step up. Obviously, seeing this jungler up in the top side does unlock this Drake for 200 bandits, but we're not going to see that instant 1-for-1. Sorry, that instant 2-0 in terms of those objectives. Instead, 200 bandits, they do make their way over to this objective in the top side. The grubs are going to go over. I like the response from Reversio to pick themselves up the kill top side. I like 200 bandits picking themselves up that Drake bot, but they're not going to get all three.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be denied that first feat of warfare, as we are going to see them running for the hills. Call of the Forge God getting the knock up onto the Udyr. No way for him to escape. Loopy retaliating with a kill of his own.
It's at least not going to be 2 towards the feet, but still, you don't manage to get one back for yourselves right here. And 200 bandits, I mean, it was a good dive top lane, but I love the response. Versio, they're not letting this game happen to them. They're being proactive as well, even with the composition that can sit back in some places. Right now, I mean, both of these teams, 1-for-1.
Max, exactly. We are a world away now, or in this case, a week away from back when it was just First Blood that secured the first feat, and now both of these teams 2 kills away, both putting an equal amount of pressure down, but also quite happily playing it slow. As we get later and later into the game, it feels like the importance of having maybe a little less team synergy coming in might be a little bit problematic for, of course, a lineup bringing some substitutes through.
Yeah, not being able to just play out a composition, you know. Hang on.
Yeah, Karma finding a nice catch. Flash being burned on the back of the Ignite.
No, the miss onto the Chains of Corruption. Not going to feel good right there. If you manage to hit that as a Lender, you probably pick up the kill onto Awaken. Instead, everybody's just going to have to back off. You do have the jungler in the area right now for Versio. Not really going to pick up anything. Take away a little bit of vision, but at least stops any potential of the re-engage.
And,
yeah,
sorry, just to say, and on that fight, it felt like the layering of the CC, they were potentially just trying a little too hard to make sure there wasn't too much of an overlap on it. However, obviously the flash away, perfectly timed, and that's enough to save the life of the Jinx. But going back to the importance of these substitutes, how difficult does that become for a team as they have to enter the late game with those on board?
Yeah, well, it's really tricky to practice late games in general anyway. Scrims often go really well for teams. Very good, solid practice for the first 10 minutes. And then somebody starts losing and everybody doesn't really love playing out the rest of the scrim, potentially. So actually playing out late game team fights from a behind position or even a ahead position isn't necessarily something it's easy to practice for these teams. It's going to be really interesting to see if it's going to feel a lot easier right here for Reversio, or if 200 bandits are going to be all good, show up in a great way. For right now, bot laners are taking a ton of damage. The poke combo of Varus and Karma is really making it hurt right now for Reversio's bot lane.
We saw this exact same thing from this exact same bot lane in our first game of the day. The pressure put down, all that extra CC. What we're not seeing from Versio that we saw coming out of 200 bandits, however, is this way of sort of making that bot lane relevant by pushing them up to other objectives. Because we've had the trade essentially of objectives so far, it's just not something they've been able to find themselves able to do.
No, not quite. We do have both of these junglers bot lane at the moment, though. I don't know necessarily that you're going to be able to make this a collapse.
Oh, I thought the Akali was going to catch out the Udyr, though. It's going to get scouted out by the Scry's Orb, but no more than that. We are seeing the Ixtal's impact being issued down onto Living, but pretty sure that we're going to be able to see Living getting out to safety. So that slight name change. The same is not true for the bot lane, however. Awaken absolutely obliterated.
Oh my lord, piercing arrow making its namesake, and it's going to be a third kill in this bot lane for 200 bandits. Put some turret plates on top of that if you want them. What a play right here, and this is the joys that we were really talking about. You've got such good poke between a Karma and a Varus. It's such a miserable lane to really try to play into, and Skarner does so much damage.
Call of the Forge God flashed away from. Crucial use of the summon there from Eglos to actually be able to keep themselves alive and pushing in. Meanwhile, going back to bot, that wasn't even a Skarner diff though, was it, Max? I mean, that was 2 kills straight up coming out of the bot lane duo, getting outplayed by their rivals. Meanwhile, in comes Lunkafer to sweep up that final kill.
It really felt like a 2 birds with 1 stone kill down in the bottom lane, and then you just get another one on top of it. Part of it is just the amount of space that the Skarner is able to buy you. You know that Living's in the area, but it doesn't really matter because your Skarner is running at him and buying you so much extra time. We're going to see once again damage. It's just a kill!
Yeah, no flash.
It's just a kill!
Iglos having used that one on the last encounter, having to give up this kill. Meanwhile, Living went to try and get some more Scuttle Crabs and found a Scorpion already waiting there. That's right, I said Scorpion, not crab.
Lobster. Lobster is
Not
the
a
argument.
lobster!
It looks like a lobster.
It's a
Bit
lobster!
of a weird one. Oh, man. And still, it doesn't look like anybody's actually going to be able to get towards a feat off of any of these grubs right now. It's just going to be 2 and 1 picked up both of those times. Obviously, unfortunately, our tracker towards the feats isn't working right now. We're just going to have to use our own brain power. Never a good sign. But with this Drake up and available, this is a huge one to pick up right here. If you can grab it as 200 bandits, you put yourself in a very secure position to be in the lead. You still need one more to actually grab that as a completed feat, but it wouldn't be too hard. Starforger has to flash, is going to live.
Absolutely, and also lands a scatter on the back of it as well, so even less in danger. But unfortunately, this is going to open up the opportunity for a little bit of roam down towards the Dragon. Skarner's not too far away as well, be able to charge up that E, come in with the Ixtal's impact, and now we do see the damage starting to be put out by the Varus. Dragon has already done a good amount of damage to the Aversio team, and with Iconic already there, Living left for dead, it's going to be a steal of the Dragon as well. Oh no, they got the Dragon!
They got the Dragon. Dragon was at least picked up, so it is going to be the feat of warfare that's gone over towards 200 bandits, but Aversio, they are now taking it 1 apiece in terms of who's gone towards these objectives. Crazy game so far, but I feel like the tower's going to fall pretty dang soon. That's the bot lane dying once again for Aversio, and this 200 bandits bot lane, they just look better. They are playing at such a high level right now, and I get why Aversio felt like they had to go towards that Drake. As we were talking about, falling down 2 to none in terms of those objectives feels bad. It puts you in a bad spot for picking up the feats of strength, but at the same time, they pincered themselves, and although they had a 4 versus 3 for the beginning of that fight, Skarner is mobile enough that it just didn't matter.
The irony of being pincered against the Skarner is real. Meanwhile, Call of the Forge God not able to be flashed away from this time. Iglos trying to trade damage back, has already used the all-out, but with Akali up here, impacting the top lane as we said they would pre-game. Perfect execution comes through, kill is secured. Loopy's the one who takes it, surprisingly enough, not extending the 1-0-2 scoreline of the Akali, and now pressure being put down to Starforger. Doesn't have the flash available, tethered up by the Karma for absolute days. Does manage to get a decent bit of unleashed power out. It's not enough. It's just not enough.
No, it really isn't. JB wanted to get in on a potential kill right there. Not going to be able to. Ooh. Oh, nice absorption. I don't think that would have quite been able to get the kill onto Never, but you know, never know.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah, don't want to risk that one. And still, look at this Living also losing out on a ton of the jungle. And, Greyheart, we posited the question, right? Is it a mistake to give over the Skarner still? I feel like we might be learning the answer.
I agree with you, and I still think that it's such a strong champion, but I also don't think it's been the hugest impact. I think what we've seen here is some nice advantages being found by laners from the plays off the Ornn, off the Varus. Karma's been ever present, and unfortunately with that tempo going so far in favour of 200 bandits, we've seen desperation from Aversio. That Dragon started up, it felt like more out of desperation than good tactical nous.
And it's such an interesting situation to be in, because every other time that we've seen the Skarner recently, it's been the reason that a win has been picked up. Starforger might just get killed, doesn't?
Yeah. That's as easy as it comes, really. Just JB doing JB things.
That's unfortunate, but this is what happens when you get 2-0-1 on an Akali, you can just walk up to a pushed up Syndra, and there's very little that a Blackfire Torch Syndra can actually do in the face of a Storm Surge Akali. Unfortunately, bot lane though might be getting pincered right here. They're very pushed up, and there is backline access.
Nice silence, good damage. Barrier used at the perfect moment. Zap will still
my.
land into the Varus. This could end up being a 1-for-1. Elendil not going to be able to get his Swan. Meanwhile, Turret does go down in mid lane, securing yet another feat of warfare in the favour of 200 Bandits. Certainly going to be getting themselves that big advantage, living, taking so very much damage. Luckily for them, Varus no longer on the scene.
Yeah, with the Varus there, that would have been 2 quick kills on top of that. Loopy also going to get chased right here. Aglos is able to do a lot of damage. Still, Loopy is underneath his tower, not going to go down. And after a very explosive couple of minutes, I think these teams are going to chill out just for a couple of seconds. A little while.
I just feel like these two teams heard us saying, oh, it's going to be a slow, methodical, built-up game, looking towards late-game team fights, and they've both at this point just gone, nah, Greyheart, this is this is the Four Nations being hosted by UKL, and it's, you know, just, it's doing Four Nations things.
Indeed, it is. I think the thing that our teams think, right, is, yeah, my comp does really well late game. What's late game? Well, that's when I've got 3 or 4 items. Well, if I keep killing my opponents, I'll get there quicker, right? I don't want to wait 30 minutes. I want my 4 items, 1,000 damage a second Jinx right now. And yeah, you know, I respect it. It's a lot more fun to watch. It's got the vibe of the old LPL right here on the Four Nations.
And that's where I used to belong. That was my home for a long time, doing those unofficial LPL broadcasts, and I've always been an LPL fanboy on the back of it. And right now, I'm just loving to see that sort of fighting. I don't think, however, that Aversio are loving it quite so much, finding themselves 13-2 down in kills and just getting absolutely bombarded. And this is 200 Bandits showing that they do know how to play a game out. They know how to seize objectives and take control of the map.
Am I watching an Ornn chase a Jinx down right now? I think I am.
I think you might be, yes.
I think it's not going to result in a kill, because luckily for Iconic, Living has arrived, but I was just watching bot lane as Loopy was chasing this Jinx down the map, absolutely sprinting away. And yeah, like you said, I don't think Aversio are going to be enjoying this one too much. They've tried to change things up, they've tried to find a way into this game, and they've not looked bad in all of their losses so far. Unfortunately, 200 Bandits have looked like one of our best teams.
They've looked absolutely stylish in this one so far, and they're looking to push things through to a 3-1 scoreline as they turn their attention towards this next dragon. I was just about to say, you know, at least Aversio have got the late game Jinx, all that damage coming out, but this is an 0-3-1 Jinx. It's down 20 CS, down 5 kills. Yeah. Look at those items. Rageblade, Orc, both completed for the Varus. Meanwhile, it's a consolation prize for Iconic.
It really is. You know, those Young Towels are nice. It's a good start, but you're still so much gold, so many items away from being relevant in this game, and you're getting chased around by an Ornn, right? So it's not even easy to lane up against the melee carries, let alone into something like an Akali, like a Varus. This game is just going to keep getting harder and harder. Living might have this blue buff stolen away, is able to pick it up at least for himself, and that is a little bit of a wasted Ornn, but still the space being pulled up, the camps being lost, Aversio, they are bleeding gold, they're bleeding map pressure at the moment, and it doesn't feel like they're strong enough in the team fights yet to be able to really do anything about it.
Good scatter is going to connect onto Lunker for the silence there as well, just buying a little bit more time.
Care.
But Skarner, so damn tanky, is potentially eventually going to give it their life, flashing away from the Call of Forge God. 2 kills coming in for the Varus, and they want more. Tether flashed away from by Iconic, but here comes the Akali. JB gets another.
And that's what I'm talking about. That's the Skarner. Sure, it wasn't the main carry for the start of this game, but it is a cherry on top of a beautiful cake right now for 200 Bandits. Starforger caught between a lot of enemies. Luckily, the teleport is going to come in. Really needed that from Aglos, otherwise that was just going to be a death. But still, 200 Bandits, they keep on pushing forwards, they keep taking up even more space. You can see Lunkerfar, after stealing all of the bot lane camps and lives, has just gone on to keep nicking stuff in the top lane. Is not going to stop, and it makes trying to get back into this game so very difficult for Aversio.
We love games, you know, good tight games. We love, you know, complete and utter, what word am I looking for, sort of murder fests of a game as well. That's fantastic. We like to be able to talk as if there's a way back, and essentially there is, because I don't know about you, but I've got enough games to have seen teams come back from 12,000 gold down before. I've seen Baron throws, I've seen crazy things happen, However, right now, Versio, it feels like those chances are slim.
Oh ho ho, but of all the teams to throw a massive lead, can I introduce you to 200 Bandits? Because they did that yesterday. Right now, it does look like JB is just going to look to jump on forwards. Sorry, not yesterday, Monday. It was Monday that 200 Bandits threw themselves a massive lead.
The yesterday of Tuesday, though.
I only live on UKL days. They put me back in storage closet during the rest of the days of the week. So I don't know
You
about
can
you.
afford a
but that was
storage
yesterday.
closet? You're getting paid more than me.
Oh yeah.
Meanwhile, broadcasting from my box, I can see a big group of people trying to get something down onto JB on top side. Maybe just trying to make some kind of play happen, get some kind of shutdown possibly onto this Jinx, but JB wise to it. We are seeing, of course, Atakan spawning some time ago. It's now here to stay, and this just feels like this is the perfect win more opportunity for 200 Bandits.
Yeah. I would agree with that one, especially at the point at which you just completely murder the opposition's ADC. Living now just going to get chunked out too. That's a double already.
I'm starting to wonder if Living's name is meant to be ironic, and it's a triple kill for the Varus,
Penta?
burning
Penta?
both summoners, living through it, unlike the opposition ADC, despite their name. Herald now being issued in bot lane. It's gonna, in mid lane. Gonna see that first charge coming in straight on to the inhibitor turret.
And this game feels like it may potentially be a little bit of a foregone conclusion. As Starfall just steps forward, very brave, maybe a little bit stupidly, maybe a lot stupid, in fact, stepping forwards in that situation. Needed to try to clear out that wave, though. Unfortunately, you're just going to keep bleeding these towers. I like this decision as well. Get a big chunk of damage right here onto this top lane tier 3 with the grubs as well. That's a decent chunk of damage done. You're bleeding out so much right here as a Versio. The thing is, right, in the game versus Broad, 200 Bandits, they were in such a strong position, but they blew their two key ultis, the two invulnerabilities they had on a Kindred and a Taric, and then just wandered up mid lane to try to end. This team hasn't showed me a clean end yet in any of their games. That is a potential opportunity for a Versio. I just don't know if they have enough damage to even make good. That's a big ulti down. Make good on a potential mis-execution out of 200 Bandits. That being said, there is an Atakan to go fight over. That could be something to try for.
Oh, I'm not sure if we'll even get that far, as the Call of Forge God going to be issued onto 3. The knockup only connecting onto the Raka, but that's enough to take the Star Caller out of play for now. In comes the Syndra, manages to try and find a scatter very, very nicely. Damage being put down onto Never Give Up, but only the Karma so far is taking any big hits. And with the rest of the reinforcements coming through for the 200 Bandits, this could be the game-ending push if they get the kills that they so desire. 1 goes over to the Varus. They're 11th of the game. 11, 1, 1. What a KD.
Just gonna keep on going. Really unfortunate for Elendil that they ended up dying even a single time. This could have been a very nice death this game. Instead, they're just gonna have to settle for a great KDA anyway. Top lane tier 3 tower taking a ton of damage. Big push right here from 200 Bandits. They've also got the bot lane being pushed through right now by Lunkafoa. All of these lanes being pushed up, it buys you so much space, so much time. Could potentially pull back to go try play around this Atakan, but Atakan's a really slow buff to try to take. I don't necessarily disagree right now with the 200 Bandits decision of just leaving it alone. We can fight around it later. We win team fights. There's no need to rush it right now. Instead, they're moving around the Drake. They're trying to pick up another kill onto Living. I think you might be right with the name right here. Living, yeah, they're able to at least squeak away.
Managing it this time, not going to add to that 0-5 scoreline, and you know, at the end of the day, there's going to be plenty more games. So this one's not going the way of a Versio. It's unlikely we're going to see it flip the way of a Versio. But they've got to remember, this is not going to define their season. This is just a step on the way to hopefully greater things for them. They'll be, you know, if things continue as we expect them to, they'll be lying at 1 and 3. Well, so are both the other teams we've seen on broadcast today. So there's plenty of wiggle room still, plenty of games still to go, plenty of opportunities to start to refine these games, so that maybe the next time they come up against one of these teams that we expect to be near sort of the top of the playoff contention, then maybe they are able to do slightly better than now. Or maybe, just maybe, prove us both wrong and make the most remarkable comeback of all time.
I would be simultaneously, because of game state, so surprised, and also the least shocked ever because of what I ended up watching on Monday. I think perhaps that is a little bit of Broad and Friends magic that Aversio haven't quite been able to channel for themselves yet, and this certainly isn't going to help. Atakan finally going to be targeted a full 10 minutes after he joined us on the Rift. and this is going to be a nice big buff. Voracious too, and as much as I was talking in the previous game about how Voracious from behind, it doesn't really feel that great. From ahead, it feels absolutely fantastic. And right now, they can even potentially wait, pick themselves up a Baron, and then just walk down mid lane. Worst case scenario is you take the 2 mid lane Nexus towers, maybe the rest of the towers on the map, and then die, but not even die, just go respawn. Best case scenario, this should be the victory lap that 200 Bandits needed to close this game out.
Aaron started up, Karma zoning away, potentially going to get caught out slightly, some good damage coming in, but Akali's waiting in the wings, the Baron's already been secured, and now the enemy jungler will be the next focus. Support and jungler both absolutely getting obliterated. We are going to see just a brief respite, but it is only brief for Aversio.
Take
the
it.
opportunity.
Do it.
There
Yeah!
he goes, he's got Atakan's blessing, might as well dance with death, Akali. Ixtam's not quite going to find the impact it wanted this time on the back of the Skarner charge, but the Impale still available.
Yeah, they can just keep on playing this one out, find a big Impale, push these minion waves through. They've got a pushing wave in the mid and the top lane. That's a lot of Baron empowered minions pouring into the base right now. There's supers as well.
Beautiful timing on the route. This is going to send the Akali back to base, and now we get ourselves a 4v4 at the Nexus turrets themselves. Both those turrets no longer helping with the fray, however. Loopy doing what they can with this assassin on. Meanwhile, Never Give Up finding a perfect time and finding time for the Varus, who's just going to start targeting the Nexus. Doesn't need to pad the KD anymore. 200 Bandits will win and go 3-1.
Big game right there from 200 Bandits. It felt like they were in control of this one from the very beginning of the game to the very end. Aversio, unfortunately, not able to put up too much of a fight. There was 2 kills in that game, 1 top lane and 1 on your Soraka support. I feel like that's a little bit indicative of the way that this game played out. But 200 Bandits, we knew they were one of the better teams. It was unfortunate the loss that they ended up taking to Broad and Friends. I know I've ragged on them quite a lot today, but that was because I expected better from them, and this is the better I was expecting, where they were able to systematically dismantle an opposing team and clean out the game nicely. They didn't close it out in a risky way. They took the correct decisions, they played around their big advantages, and when they did take risky moves, it was because they had that Atakan's buff right on top of them, so it didn't even matter. I really like the way that they played this one out.
That was a delightfully executed game, and it brings them to a point where they're now 3-1. They're getting closer to being in touch with those teams like Venom and Broad that they want to be in the same conversation as. They want us to think that they're going to be one of those teams who are really pushing forward to sort of start to steamroll this league a little bit. Based on that performance, hard to argue with it. Real standout from just the whole team. Yes, they got themselves a Skarner. Yes, Skarner is still completely unbeaten in terms of what we've seen here at Four Nations. It's 100% pick ban. The 2 games it's been picked, 100% win rate. But at the end of the day, this was just a team showing, and I was really impressed by it.
Absolutely, it didn't feel like the Skarner had to be the solo carry in this game at all, but it still was exerting its presence onto the map, even when it wasn't getting all of the kills. Able to just step up so far, get into the jungle, buy space that meant that your laners could then play around it. It bought space for an Akali, it bought space for a Varus who aren't necessarily afforded it with other junglers. It's a great pickup, teams just ban it. If you're red side, I'm sorry, you should have won the 1v1, you gotta ban it. It's unfortunate, but this is the way that the league is. This is the way that the meta is at the moment. Aversio, they've shown us some good bits. Unfortunately, not a whole lot that they can take away from this game, but I'm still excited to see what they can do in the future.
You and me both. Max, absolute pleasure to get into cast with you. Thank you so much to everybody out there watching. I've got great news for every single one of you. We've still got 2 fantastic games of League of Legends coming your way here on Four Nations. Will they be as exciting as all the rest of the ones we've seen this week? Only one way to find out. Stick around. But from me, Greyheart, and from Black Boxer, we will see you soon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the desk of the Four Nations. I am your host for these last two games of the day. Master Swan, otherwise go as Lexi if you know me from my years of casting and hosting. I am joined by two incredible gentlemen along with me. Hello, gents. Rob, how are you doing this fine evening?
I'm excited. I'm excited for today. Two good games coming up, I believe.
Two fantastic games. We'll get into those in a moment. Brackish, Brit, sir, how are you doing? It's a pleasure to be back with you again.
I've been sold a little short this evening. I just want to point this out. Like, why am I the shortest person on this desk? I know, I know that you're incredibly tall, Lexi, but I also know that I'm much taller than Rob. So, we met in London, my guy.
No comment. This is
Hang
not
on.
just...
Well, anyway, gentlemen, let's go into our first game of the
on this
day.
desk. What?
Yes, that's how we're going with
hang
it.
on, crisis moment.
That's it.
Hang on. Oh,
But-
wow. I'm actually the shortest person on a desk for once. That is a new feeling. Oh, I might need a moment.
Though, ladies and gentlemen, while he has a moment, I'm going to come straight back over him because we can't have too much time. It's going to be Team Vertex, one of our incredible teams for this first match. Team Vertex versus Belfast Storm. The trajectory of these two teams is slightly different at the moment. But Brackish, I'm going to come to you first to talk about Team Vertex. What's your first impressions of this team?
I adore this team because they are not afraid to do things just off the wall. We saw on Monday they pull out the Kungle?
Cookie Jungle.
Cookie in the jungle. And in the following sort of Twitter storm that happened, they effectively said the pocket has barely been opened. Like, they are very happy in the knowledge and to sort of put those ripples out there. Like, we have way more than this. You think that's all we got? Just you wait.
Well, with that idea then, Rob, what are some additional pocket picks we could potentially be seeing from this team?
Well, we know Heimerdinger. Their mid laner is Faulty or Mike, both the same player. Have Quinn and Heimerdinger in the back pocket. Sharpie seems space standard. Next seems space standard. Magpie, last known as Kakashi, last split, also space standard. It's the jungler as well. We're gonna have to watch out for. Plays that Corky jungle. I'm sure he has plenty of other strange picks in the back pocket. You've got to look at mid and jungle here. They played a Kane Heimer in their first game against 200 Bandits. They played in their win last on Monday. They played the Corky jungle. Sorry, I can't say it with a straight face. But they seem to have a lot in the back pocket. I think they're on an upward trajectory. They've got their first win on Monday. We'll have to see if they can get another win against a team that I think is a team that if they want to stay in the league, it's one of these things where there's a lot of hungry sharks in UKL Div 2 that want to come up. You need to pick up everyone you can, and this is a game that both of these teams want to pick up.
All right, it's going to be very important for both of them. But as coming back to us, please, Mr. Producer San, I would love that. It's incredibly important because obviously this is this is arguably the halfway point of the split. Really, like we're kind of coming into where every game always matters in a best of one format, obviously. But if we start thinking about how these two teams are going to match up, Rob, I want to come back to you to lay us up for Team Belfast on the opposite side of this rift. What are some of the players where they are more going to be rocks for this team, is what you'd want to think if you're going against an unorthodox team?
Well, you talk about unorthodox with Vertex. Belfast Storm, I'd argue, slightly different. We saw a substitute for them, I believe. Unfortunately, that wasn't able to be streamed in UKL Div 2 on Monday, but they had their coach sub in jungle on Monday. But otherwise, usually Dunlossie, Synapse, Limsey, super solid players. We'll nearly always play meta picks. Limsey, big mage player. Synapse, he's a Cassante lover. Or Udyr, known as his pocket pick. I have questions with this roster sometimes. They replaced their, honestly, all-star bot lane last split. Mr. Freeze and Varyn. Varyn, in my opinion, was one of the best, if not the best support last split. They've replaced him with Protexion and Sundax. And I question whether now can this roster with these changes continue to reach the heights they had last time. I think they fell a bit flat last split getting fourth, but I think they could have achieved a lot more. Like they had a very unlucky series in the lower bracket against Paragon, I would say. I don't know if Brackish Brit remembers that one. There was a few hiccups with backdoors and things going on in that series, but they hopefully they can show a bit more today. Because again, you need every win in this league because you do not want to be in the relegations. I can tell you, look at Div 2, you do not want to be in relegations.
And Brackish, with that in mind, what would you be thinking if you're a Belfast player coming into this? You have got the score advantage, and what a few more wins here could also lock you up for that future playoff spot and everything else. It's going to be all to play for. Seeding is important as well. So what's a few picks you might want to see from this team?
I mean, Rob's already pointed out the ever-present sign-up sprinter Udyr. No one in their right mind is going to let him have it. Every time it's just so draft warping when it happens that I feel like even though Vertex teams that like to immerse themselves in the chaos, I would still look to try to distance themselves from chaos of that particular brand. What I'm hoping to see is the major sort of pairing up of jungle support, because Dunlosi in the past has come under fire from a couple of particular Four Nations analysts for often being perhaps a little bit too passive in the early stages of the game, and this is a season when you cannot afford to do that as a jungler. There is always something that a jungler has to be doing in the first 15 minutes.
Absolutely, and with that in mind, though, gentlemen, who do you think is going to win this 1v1? Who do you think is going to get the side selection?
Who is playing the 1v1 is the real question.
That's a very good question.
It's Protection versus Heyu.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay, very exciting.
Heyo Protection. Okay, wait. So we got the Grasp Tryndamere. This is... In the 1v1, Tryndamere's existence is just kind of degenerate.
I'm surprised that
you can
people don't
play for
permaban
kill,
it.
you can play for max CS, or you can just walk up to the turret, press R, and not give a singular damn, really. And I think that is what Heyo is mostly playing towards, since you've got the Grasp there.
Interesting that the Tryndamere has gone for the Snowball and not gone for the double summoners of the Ignite and Exhaust, but it doesn't seem to matter.
That's why he doesn't need to, though. Remember, at level 1, a random crit, you remember back in the day, like one level 1 crit used to be enough to just completely unsettle a lane matchup. Look as we see him go forwards again, Protection already being forced to use the Exhaust, and is already being just zoned away from the CS.
This already feels a bit over. Rob, what's your side on this?
I was going to say about the Tryndamere, this is also Remember Howling Abyss, and I believe the buffs are present on it. So when you are scouting your 1v1 champs, you should be looking at these champs that are buffed in ARAM, and trust me, Tryndamere is very heavily buffed in this mode. So not only is he already very strong in a 1v1 of Summoner's Rift, he's also incredibly strong in the 1v1, even more strong, in the 1v1 on Howling Abyss. The other big thing to say is his extremely stronger. His sustain is also the thing that causes a lot of issues. I'm surprised that most teams don't just ban it.
Please.
I mean, I can tell you that I think most players who play into it, they play into it once and go, damn, this is so frustrating.
Well, he's got 6 now, so this game's already over, arguably. Now he just wave pushes in and dives, right?
Yeah, he either dives or...
Doesn't even have to dive.
He can get CS victory here. Look at the lead already. 16 CS is 2 waves. So at some point, Yone has to go for it. Like, this is how a lot of these 1v1s go, is if you're able to manage your waves properly, you end up being able to go... You force the enemy to have to all-in you. Even when Exhaust comes back up, that's not enough against the Tryndamere, because the Tryndamere can always decide he can just back off with the ultimate.
I think you might be right as well by that assessment, because if you think about it, our producer keeps accelerating forward. It feels like this is a long VOD. I've been in this spot
before. That's knowledge, Lexi. You can't be playing around that.
I don't actually know the outcome of this. I'm just using my experience as a producer.
Yeah.
It's
existed in the scene as long as we have. But
every CS
some
victory.
Things. Ooh, level 9 though hit 5 minutes in, but there's a lot of trading happening between this back and forth. But I do think you're both right with your assessment of here. It does feel like Tryndamere just has a raw advantage of sustain, trading potential.
Still got all those potions.
That's interesting. Why would you pick Yone if you? Is it maybe you assume you're pretty good into like 80 carry?
Okay, spin forwards. This is done. Slow's already down with the mocking shout. Yep. And Heyo picks it up.
Please ban Tryndamere every game when you're playing 1v1s. And the thing that blows my mind is if you're not banning it, why aren't you picking it? The thing you have to look at go onto aram.nerfs.com, which I believe is actually a website because I might have to have used it. Go on there and see what champions are heavily buffed, and unless they are already OP in 1v1s and there's a tiny nerf, some of these champions in 1v1s are super frustrating on ARAM. It's like Akali at one point was so overly buffed in ARAM, she should have been perm-banned in every 1v1 tournament. She's a bit less buffed now. You have to look at those buffs. And then you realise Tryndamere's buffed on it, and you go, this is not very exciting, him critting me with a 50% crit chance at level 1. That's not enjoyable. Ban the champ every time. And don't give it to people, because this is also something where if you feel like you're more skilled in the laning, skilled in the 1v1, if there's a champion that says skilled, it's not Tryndamere, is it?
Not typically, no. No. It's kind of one of those champions you give to one of your players who are new to the game. They're like, I just want to fight people. And you go, Tryndamere is really good because you have a button which says, I don't want to die yet. And people love that button, right? So we're into pick a ban phase. Vertex is on the blue side, Belfast Storm on the red side. The 3 bans already out. Is that Heimerdinger that you mentioned, Brackish Brit, as well as Varus. And I believe Azir is getting hovered. And it wouldn't surprise me if Azir also sees a ban as well. Any others, gentlemen, that you think are meta-defining? Skarner, obviously, if you're in tier 1 at the very, very top level of pro, it's obviously defining and warping. Callista as well, but Carthus has been taken off. Rob, where are you going? Brackish, any thoughts?
I think that Skarner.
I'm going to keep talking.
I think that Skarner, yes, very broken. I think top teams were banning it in the league. I don't think Vertex particularly is a Skarner team. That sounds really weird to say because the champion's so broken. They probably do play it, but what I mean is that it's too normal. If you look at win rates on Game of Legends, it's too high. It's too banned, so they won't pick it. The Limsey ban obviously is the Azir. That's like his best champion by far, completely. It's not even close. It's just easily his best champ. The Ashe ban is interesting to me because Belfast Storm have flexes to support as well. So that's important to mention that they have the flex. So that's probably why it's banned. Skarner ban, good. Corky first pick, pretty standard. This is where
Belfast Storm banned themselves out from playing that Skarner, though. But that's not an important thing because that Corky is getting hovered. Is that going to be a standard AD carry for them? Or is it going to be Donkey Kong Jr. in the jungle?
This is what we were saying, right? Like, this is Corky is a now 3-role flex because Heyo can just be like, all right, bet. This is suitable sort of Kongal angle, and you can just give them good solo lanes.
But you give it
play
for
through that.
Kasante Wukong, Synapse Sprinter. Notice how I was mentioned here. Notice how Udyr isn't banned and Synapse hasn't picked it up. I just want to mention that even with unused spare enabled again, he isn't the biggest fan of this champ right now. He plays a lot of Kasante, so it going over makes a lot of sense. I think it's a champion to actually ban into him almost over the Udyr because Kasante is broken. Wukong. Also very strong brawling jungler. He always has, literally since release, he's been broken. Garen wouldn't surprise me. It's actually, I forgot to say, this is a Sharpie pick. He played it last split against Ruddy in the 1 win they won against Ruddy, along with a Heimerdinger mid. And it is the classic beating Kasante champion. I believe it was innovated by LS and stuff like this. You go the phase rush, you do little ticks of damage, then you go for an all-in later. He can't ever all-out you because you just tell him to silence, and you just one shot.
I mean, as soon as he all outs, you just drop Demacian Justice on his face and he dies, right?
Yeah. So it makes a lot of sense. The Corky, by the way, probably is going jungle. I'm not even gonna lie, with the Bard, it's what they played last time. You might, casters, I'm sorry. I hope you've had the practice of seeing the first Corky jungle game to know what he does in this one. Because I've got a feeling in my gut it's going jungle.
I'm glad I'm not casting this one.
Yeah, Wukong will probably get to invade, and we're going to look to be probably matching supports here with that Bard previously mentioned by Rob into a Nautilus, obviously. Not super... This is all engaged. Belfast look to just be playing a front-to-back comp. They're very face-up, and they've revealed all their cards. I have to feel like this feels very simple for them to play, and they've got a lot of adjustability coming into this second round with Galio being banned. Brackish, who are you favouring just off of this?
I mean, off of those 3, you've got head and heart. The head just goes, that is a really solid 1-2-3 coming out from Belfast Storm. That is really solid. Wukong's great. Kasante's broken. Nautilus is just straight solid in any of these situations. Good start to a draft. But it's the Corky again. And it's too hilarious for me to not love it. And we still don't actually know if it's Corky jungle. Corky could still go into mid lane. Corky could still go into the AD carry. And Vertex have the luxury now of waiting for Belfast Storm to lock in their AD carry before they even need to decide that. Like, are they going to want to prioritize an AD carry on 4? Or if they pick a mid laner on 4 and Vertex decide... if Mike decides, I feel like I can Corky into this, then they have this whole layer of additional flexibility that they can throw additional spanners directly at the faces. of Belfast Storm.
I just want to see. I want to see them do something more. We've seen the Corki jungle. It's old hat now. We've seen a game of it. It's no longer exciting.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Why don't they play Bard mid Corki
once.
support? Play Corki support. Go Bloodsong, Max E, shred them.
Oh yeah,
Bard
Bard
resistant
jungle, of course.
armor. Bard no Bard mid so it roams, or Bard top actually. Garen mid. Bard top then roams against Cassante because it's just a tank top laner.
Rob,
I mean, be exciting.
You're killing me. You're actually killing me.
Before we erode Lexi's sanity after like 10 minutes of desk, let's not over crazy yet. Victor has made it all the way through. Victor Nation, how are we feeling?
Rise up.
In this comp, again, we're talking straight up, we're talking solid, we're talking no nonsense from Belfast Storm, and Limsey is just a really solid mid laner. You've got great tools to protect him, great tools to allow him to make space towards the late stages of the game. This is, again, just really, really solid drafting.
Absolutely. I mean, they've shown their mid laner now, so they actually are keeping that AD carry slot to see what they want to actually have paired with that Nautilus. Callisto just being thrown down the hammer has to be then the Corki jungle or Corki mid.
It's happening again. It's happening again.
That's what's going to happen. We're seeing Corki Victor, just like Season 8 intended, something like that. It's Corki is here normally, but hey, I'll take it.
You look a damn jungler right now. You look a damn jungle champion right now.
Please.
I swear to. Don't you dare! No, stop it! Stop!
That's not a jungler.
How are you?
Time to stop.
No.
Vertex will never stop. They're doing it.
There's no way.
They're having fun.
Okay. I'm just maybe it's Victor bot lane. That would be exciting, wouldn't it? Oh, it's Cogmore. That's not exciting at all. I just think that
give him a moment.
I just think that
this is like flicking through a deck of cards, just going no. I'll just pick the AD carry. I feel like picking this one. Vayne's going to be the pickup. I feel.
Actually,
what it is, Alexi, is basically having Sensei's Divining Top out.
Yeah, very much feels that. I'm gonna cast my brainstorm, but the Sensei Divining Top into a fetch land. Perfect information as always for you Magic players out there who get the reference. Rob, it looked like you were almost going to pass out at a point of just sheer nonsense coming from Vertex. What's your chances? Give me a rating out of 1 to 10 of you feel.
I'm very shocked they went Cassio into Victor.
Scaling.
You can win the lane if you land. You basically run him down the lane. However, what surprises me on it is the fact that I wouldn't want to play Cassio later. Even though, like, into, like, Victor, and then, like, they get choice of their ADC, so you can't even, like, guarantee you're against a short-range ADC. You're going to play Cassio getting hooked on cooldown. I'm very surprised to see that come out. The Vayne actually makes a lot of sense, the more I'm thinking about it, because Vayne traditionally, although not seen very much in Pro, was picked into Kai'Sa because it kind of is able to take these really good trades into her. Vayne as well into Garen. If you've ever played top lane ever in that matchup, True. You want to scream as the Garen player because you have to basically always burn flash onto her. So she's quite good in this game. She's going to be able to fight whenever. I personally, favourite Belfast Storm because I do think they have a better draft. I also think they have a few more experienced players, but maybe another Corki jungle win, which will make me, of course, very happy.
Of course it will. Brackish, what's your interpretation of this?
I'm going to repeat what I said right at the start of the draft, Lexi. It's head versus heart. Head says Belfast. Okay. They've drafted a really solid composition, but come on, who can't love just some absolute mad lads pulling out things like the Corki jungle? Like, my heart says Vertex, but realistically, I put them at like a 4 at best to win the game.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen out there, will the head, the brains of the Belfast come out and be supreme, or will the heart of Vertex come out? We'll have to see in our first game, but let's throw over to our casters of CJ and Rev.
Thank you very much, Lexi. I think it is probably fair to not assign the Corki draft the brains of the equation there, but we can't argue with results, right? It's 100% win rate, and they've just slammed it again, so there's clearly confidence in the Vertex camp.
I mean, you guys are just non-believers at this point. You are seeing the one truth. Okay, you're seeing the one Z-tier pick right now in the jungle, the one marksman that can actually carry in this godforsaken tank meta, and you're still blind. I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm disappointed.
Well, I mean, Belfast Storm have reached deep into the annals of the past and pulled out the spirit of Vayne God to find the other tank killing AD carry that exists. Right? They've gone for the Vayne, and we were talking when we saw this that Rob said on the desk that he likes it into the Garen. Absolutely, Garen's not going to enjoy that, but you did have some worries about it into the Cassio, so we might have to see a bit of a skill checking Vayne here today to perhaps get the most out of it.
Yeah, I'm not really confident in the Vayne right now. It's been long gone since the metas of Gosu just picking it and gliding on everyone, and there's a reason for that, because the champion is not really good. Yes, it can still scale into Oblivion, it can still shred some tanks, but it's very, very hard to play into all that mobility, all that range, and I'm looking, okay, you might have the same range as the Kai'Sa, but the Kai'Sa is so much more agile with her hypercharge, with her killer's instinct. You can't really play into the Corki even if you're invisible. He just Gatling guns you. You can't play into the Cassio. It's going to be a hard game, of course. It's in their hands to make me bite my tongue and just smurf on everyone. But I think that if they do, that's more of a credit to them because it's harder than it looks.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And at least the rest of the Belfast comp, I think, is very, very solid, right? Nautilus support, I think you can't really go wrong with at any stage. And then Victor, Wukong, K'Sante, banger top side of this bet. No notes on that one, right? It's got scaling, it's got decent activity with the Wukong, the K'Sante is K'Sante. Like, that top side of the map, which was that's like the UK mainstays, right? These are the known quantities, Dunlosi, Limsey, and Synapse. These are people that we know are proven quality. They've got great proven quality champions, so I think they're very much set up for success on that side, and then they've taken a bit of a swing for the fences with the Protexian Vayne, and we'll see how that one pans out, but I'm glad they're fishing for some interesting answers while still seeing the value in the meta. So I do quite like the way that Belfast approached the draft.
Yeah, like the draft is fully meta. If you get like the average of the meta, if you go right now, open any dictionary, look League of Legends meta, that's the draft. The only thing is that worries me a little bit is what I told you in the green room as well, is where to actually play through the early game. Like the other team has a weird Corki jungle, they have the Cassiopeia, they have some pressure in some lanes. And of course, you can say, oh, we're gonna trade. But will you actually be able to trade? Because the early objectives are slightly disconnected. So if Vertex wants to, hypothetically, they should have the first move everywhere. And if they start snowballing, they have proved that even with the Corki jungle, they can still close out games pretty convincingly. So right now, Belfast will have to ride out a very stormy early game. But if they do, they do have a lot of ways to actually control the game.
Yes, if they can get there, they will get there in a massive way. That's certainly for sure. Now, for Vertex, if the pressure is on Vertex to take control of a wide open early game potentially in front of them, they've got the Cassio mid, Garen top, and then Kai'Sa Bard bot lane. So where are we playing for Vertex? Where would you like to see them push that advantage most in the early game?
I mean, I think that since you should have the first move almost everywhere, like Garen is pretty good in the K'Sante, the Cassio is really good into most of the things in the mid lane, just go for grabs. Grabs are so broken, just make sure that you always have some lane pressure, you can push those lanes. If you are given any spare time with the tower, you can collect those bags of gold, because gold is what runs the world. We are in a capitalistic Summer's Rift, so get those bags, and then even if the fight looks even, if you have those bags, you have a huge advantage.
Yes, so good they had to, I think we're on live patch, right? So good they had to nerf them, right? Because they were just like, these grubs are too good, especially with the Atakan buffs and the additional power that you can get. Not that anyone ever gets the Ruinous Atakan, but it's maybe the UK League, maybe in the Four Nations, we can get a
in solo
Ruinous
queue
Atakan.
sometimes.
Yeah, it's probably been seen somewhere, just never on a streamed pro game at any stage, and maybe one day they'll tamp it down enough before we can see it, but yeah, it certainly is. I guess if you're just winning everywhere, yeah, you just like draw them into an objective fight and go, we're all ahead, so we're gonna just all be ahead at you together, and we'll see what the answer for Belfast Storm is this. I mean, they do have Dunlosi, and I think as a proactive jungler who's going to take control of a game, I think Dunlosi on Wukong's a great shout, so perhaps it's up to him to open those windows for the rest of Belfast Storm to kind of force their way throughout the early game.
No, that's my only caveat right now, because yes, you have Dunlosi, but I don't think that Wukong is an early game proactive champion. You have to go into the level 6, you have to complete your Asunder Sky or your Triforce. Before that, you are like an assassin in the way that assassins right now, they do suck. You're not really able to do anything by yourself unless you have some sort of utility mage or something to prop you up, and there's none in this game, right? Because you are playing with a bot lane that wants to scale up. You're playing with a top lane that's just a tank. You have nothing to really prop you up, so you're looking to carry yourself, and for that you need time and resources.
Yeah, at that point it's basically the same as Corki jungle, right? It's just damage. It's just I can walk into lane and potentially hit you with a stick really hard and find a kill, but that's kind of what Corki's doing. And that's kind of what Corki did last time we saw this, was just walk into a lane with a prepped kill and then sweep it up and go, I'm a genius, and then walk out of the early lane 3-0 and scale as Corki. So, well, I guess we'll see, at least in my head, Wukong should be able to bully Corki, like as a jungle v jungle matchup. No? Does he not win that?
Okay, first of all, you have to find an invade window, right? Because hypothetically, Corki in the first couple of camps, he does get kind of low. Thing is, let's think of it like that. If you have the window to invade, you have to like get level 2 or level 3 before the Corki. You need all of those 3 spells as the Wukong. And the Corki, if he uses his Valkyrie well, the raptors or the wolves just disappear. They go into a hot bucket and then you can just eat them. So you're already level 2. Then you get the Gatling gun. You use Valkyrie again in 18 seconds. And with the Gatling gun, the buff has negative resistances, so it gets burned easier, plus smite. So at this point, you're just finishing up your first camp as a Wukong unless you get heavily leashed. And you're like, okay, guys, here I am, level 2, ready to take the world. And suddenly a Corki level 3 or 4 rocks up in your face and you're down. I don't think you have the time.
This is the state of the Four Nations has forced us to theory craft Corki jungle to this degree, to where we're playing, this is why it beats Wukong in the 1v1. This is not a question we should be asking ourselves. It's not a question that our league should be asking of us, Rev. This is, come on now, we're a serious region, I swear.
I know I'm not a Nordic guy. I am from the Mediterranean, and you know we are
a very serious region, serious players.
Yeah, and we are connoisseurs of food. Okay, so our food is top tier. So as you know, I was cooking, and I've actually played Corki jungle. That's why I found out. I actually thought about it being Corki jungle last time because I played it with friends. I've seen a random LS tier list. He says about Corki jungle. I'm like, yeah, bet. Force my friends into play Gali in the mid lane. I'm saying, okay, I will get invaded level 3, be ready to move. They moved, we win, and then it's game over. And it's so fun to play as well. So I can't really blame Verdicts to get it every single time.
Yeah, it's quality, it's fun to play, it's got the 2 things that all pro players actually care about equally, you know, it's... I guess it's just that I guess we'll wait to see someone else pick it up, right? We'll see if anyone else dares. If this is another win for Harry Carey, then someone's gonna have to start checking, and those other junglers have to get on that one because it's clearly too good to ignore. But we are onto the Rift, everybody. Vertex versus Belfast Storm, 3rd game of the night. Corki jungle on one side, Vayne pulled out on the other. We have some excitement to see here, and Belfast Storm are not wasting a second with the invade at level 1.
They do have the higher HP champions, and that's what counts in the early game, especially since you have forced all of your team to be in the top lane. And there's something we actually haven't really thought about. What about the opportunity of a lane swap right now? And I know, it sucks. We've seen it way too many times. But it's the best case scenario for Belfast Storm because you get Cassante out of a not so easy lane, a fine lane, let's say, but you make Garen actually hate his lane because Garen can really tank up as much as a Cassante in the early game and doesn't have all that spells that help him maintain his HP and maintain himself from being crowd controlled. And you get Vayne in an early game state where she thrives, and also you invade the Corki.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, there definitely was value there. It looks like these teams are far too honorable for that, I'm afraid. We're simply going to normal match it up.
Extremely based.
Yeah, extremely based, but perhaps not optimal. We shall see. I guess so. So we're looking into this bot lane particularly for how this Kai'Sa and Vayne matchup goes down. Both of them have supports with engaged opportunities. The Bard especially can be pretty annoying, but Sundax does have that all-in potential. Both AD carries pretty short range. They've got to come into the danger zone to actually get that farming, and we'll see if either the junglers want to pay attention to this or if they have their minds elsewhere.
Yeah, we're gonna see, of course, in those kind of even marksman scenarios is a support that breaks that equalizer, and I think playing range into the melee is always beneficial when your flash is up. We see already Kachi with the Darius getting that level too early, trying to zone the Vayne with the with the Nautilus away from any XP range, get as much of it as an advantage as they can. simultaneously actually protecting the Corki, who did already 2 Kamsi. He's on his 3rd. He has Smite, so he's still on a fine track.
He is quite low, as you'd said. He struggles at least with that with the damage from the camps. But if there's no good window, Dunlosi does not seem to be looking for a super early invade. He's just going to go through a normal top to bottom pathing. And looks like Harikari will be allowed to finish his camps without being too hard harassed. Top lane is dropping a little bit low. Of course, Sharpie does not care hugely. Being Garen, the passive will have him up to high health in no time.
Yeah, it's the passive, it's the D-Shield. I suspect that he also runs the secondary with the green rune, so that he has some sustain over there as well. I don't think he's in any threat. He is a threat, anyways, because for Synapse to deal any substantial damage to him, he must use his ultimate, and when he uses his ultimate, you abandon that part of max HP. You are closer to getting executed by the Judgment, and for Garen to just shout Demacia into your ears, breaking your screen.
Yeah, exactly. Shatters your screen, breaks your windows, bricks your PC. It's really quite a strong ultimate. It's really very good. As we see,
kicks your cat.
Lane, yeah, exactly. It does not hold back. It will attack you at all emotional level. That ultimate for sure. And Lucy finished up that bottom crab. He's thinking about getting over. They're going to pull the recalls. Harikari the same. Start to recall. Decides against it. Maybe looking to see if there's any free money waiting in the mid lane, but instead will simply step back. Both junglers cancel the recall. They might actually come to a head here.
Wait, if Wukong already has used his E, then he's in trouble. Harikari, will he check? No, he hasn't. Now he does.
Oh, he's lost the big one. Unless he can just skip over the wall straight into the face of Cassiopeia. Uses her, in fact, as a springboard to get out of that situation. Harikari will have to settle for the little ones.
Yeah, but that's a very nice move from Dunlosi as well. He just got away from there, only got into the big one, but the big one is what gives the actual stack of the jungle item. I'm not sure whether it's an egg or something. So when you get that stack, you get that extra bit of XP, and that's what matters in the early game. When you're rushing to level 6, realizing that the enemy jungler starting from Raptors, getting the second spawn is so important and sets you up big time to have the level 6 in the second spawn of grabs, or even the first.
Yeah, I guess when you do slam like a Wukong, or I guess a Nocturne, something like that, you're against Corki jungle, you can at least be confident they're probably not going to be up in your face early on, and you're going to be allowed to get to 6 if you want. Let's see if they realize Corki's there. Did they spot him? I think they just spotted him. Just heading in there, so Protection and Sundax should be aware of what's going on here. Harikari not going to find any windows, as finally both junglers are heading back, so we'll see what their plan is when they come back off the fountain. But so far, Kai'Sa and Bard holding up well in this lane. CS basically even, but they've got a slight time advantage on that first recall.
Yeah, however, the wave didn't fully crash, so that may turn afterwards towards the Belfast Storm as an advantage, as those extra 4 minions make sure that the wave can be maintained right in front of the turret in that awkward lull state. Now, 2 junglers are on opposite sides of the map right now, and that kind of makes sense from their side. Usually the blue side is what prioritizes the grabs. You have an easier entrance over there as well, and the right side goes for the Drake. So for Harikari's topside scams to be spawning is excellent for him. He just gets those, goes to the grabs. You can still get them very easily with all your AoE damage. And on the other side, the Wukong doesn't really have that, so he is quite a slow grab taker. He's more than happy to just collect the Drake, especially since, hypothetically, they are the team that heavily outscales.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see on the top side, Harikari starting up these grubs. Dunlosi heading through the mid lane instead with the Nautilus. They're pressuring onto Faulty. You can see the HP bar is just a sliver there for the Cassio. No flash, no TP. Will not be a part of this. Harikari secures 1 grub already. If Dunlosi could push them up, doesn't have 6 yet, but the stick comes down and the Corki not looking comfortable right now. And this grub camp likely to be split. No one will get a feat stack for that. But overall, look into this mid lane, really. The main difference opening up on the map right now is that mid lane. Significant CS picked up for Limsey, now with a summoner advantage, and already Faulty being pushed out of the lane.
I mean, yeah, Limsey playing that Vector to its limits right now. Having already access to that early Lost Chapter means that he can perma-spam, and what's good with Victor is that you actually spread your abilities both to farm and to actually harass your opponent, especially with the laser and the shield from your Q. And he does that to perfection, almost getting the kill as well. In a point where Faulty didn't have his teleport, and that's the most important part, because with that teleport disconnect, you actually force away the grabs, and you can't even make a play for the Drake if you don't want Dunlosi to just perma-farm for Triforce.
Yeah, Harry Carey currently working on the bottom scuttle again, and is heading towards bot lane. Protection needs to get out of there, but mid lane, here's the repeat gank on a flashless Cassio. Faulty already dropping low, and the lasers come through. First blood for Dunlosi in the jungle, a common sight in the UK and Irish scene.
And once again, no teleport on that Cassio. That means she loses that wave. Victor can stay, get an extra wave, get a plate in his pocket, and that suddenly accelerates the Arcane champion so hard. And without the Cassiopeia, the second neutral objective also should go without any heavy contest towards the Belfast Storm side.
Protoss, Vayne and Nautilus getting sucked into a fight, but they do have Harry Carey in the pocket. Nautilus is likely to go down here. Limsey rotating through. They've got Dunlosi onto the backline. Protexia now the target of Vertex, but there's just not enough damage, and Kakashi has to flash away. Belfast Storm gets the feat of Warfare, and they will go back for the Dragon as well.
Yep, and now it shows what the mid lane prior does for you. Limsey was there, and even though the fight was looking kind of shaky, that extra man saves the day, gets an extra assist as well, extra stacks for his passive, and the Glorious Evolution is upon us for the victor. Also, an extra stack on the neutral objectives, that's 1.5, let's say, for the side of Belfast Storm, who are looking to scale up pretty comfortably, and for a team with 3 hypothetically losing lanes, they're looking way too confident.
They're certainly winning a lot of those losing lanes right now. They're certainly performing very well in that early stage. Belfast Storm outperforming right now. And Synapse about to get gifted another one. Sharpie goes down. Sundax's Ignite, in fact, takes the credit. Kakashi late to the party. Harry Carey as well coming around the corner. But I doubt there's much to be found with the safety of a tower, leaving Synapse a free ride home. They will manage to get away right there, but Vertex just a little behind the curve more than once now in this game. Protection, of course, don't worry about it. It's probably just a holdover. Or is it? It's in fact a fresh DC. The pause is through. I'm sure we'll be back in before no time.
I mean, that's a way to win your winning lane for Vertex. You just
DDoS, you know.
DDoS, yeah. I mean, it's not coming from us, but guys.
Yeah, allegedly. You know,
yeah, if you join a Skype call with the entity,
yeah, we got the beats for you, but so Belfast Storm coming out hot in the early game, and I feel like it has been Dunlosi opening those gaps up, right, with the gank onto mid lane, getting the value with Sundax's help, it must be said, and then the repeat gank getting that early lead for Limsey, who was already performing very well, as you pointed out. So that mid lane's kind of sold. Protection getting 2 kills off that scrap in the bot lane, where, to be honest, if I was Vertex, I would also be thinking, surely it's illegal for them to be here. They cannot just stand in front of our faces like this. And it didn't look good in that initial situation, but again, Limsey with the first move, they get that man advantage that you flagged up, and now Belfast are very much off to the races. Then Sundax fixes top as well. It's all going right for them today.
I mean, yeah, and honestly, it all started with the early game plan, because they did ward one side of the map, so they saw that Corki didn't side from the blue side, so Dunlosi instantly realized, hey, that means he started Raptors, right? Goes there for the respawn of the Raptors, gets the big one, gets the very nice level 6 advantage, and then they just needed one more key, that flash taken away from the Cassiopeia gives them the extra stepping stone for them to contest both neutral objectives in the early game. Honestly, an excellent map play showing how a few little details can snowball the state of the game.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I've been, over the first couple of weeks, I've been watching Belfast Storm quite closely as a team that I wasn't really sure where they sat in the pecking order. It's like, you know, they're a kind of a mid-pack team, but there's with players like Limsey and Dunlosi that are able to perform very highly, Synapse as well. We know there's like a lot of quality there. The unknown bot lane kind of tempers it a little bit for me, but they seem to be doing just fine. And now it's another season where we see Dunlosi have so much impact in the jungle every single game. I don't know what it is, but he's always able to find an advantage there, and he has a team right now that seems very capable to play off those leads. So Belfast Storm, if they keep going like this, like pretty much anyone who's maybe not Rod and Venom Crest, I'm thinking Belfast Storm has a good shot, you know?
I mean, maybe turn advantage as well, but yeah, I can hear you on that point. They looked like a well-oiled machine. I'm not gonna come here and say maybe they are like the greatest player that the UKL has in this season, but they do seem to be working very well together when the early game starts well for them, because I've seen them also throw a couple of games for some reason. So the early game is looking pretty good, but the thing with the early game is that you can actually train it in scrims. Now,
you can plan it to the minute,
Here comes the hard part, because right now you're still playing with a range being thrown at you. I don't think that most of those players have played into a Corki jungle. Yes, you do hypothetically know the Corki spikes when he plays mid lane or when he plays bottom lane, and some of them spikes are very, very similar. But do you know where he actually has a timer to come into a lane? Do you know when you can actually invade him? And that's where I need to see the Vikings right now to have the mental capacity to adapt, to read the situation, and try to grasp the full control of the game.
Yeah, to actually, I guess, just work out how to attack that. Because currently they're doing fine just playing it out sort of normally, but yeah, there is this very odd element on the other side of them. We will get to see now, potentially, how this Corki jungle fares when the early game does not go swimmingly. Because last time, Vertex's early game with the Corki jungle went very, very well. They were getting kills all across the map. Corki was getting funneled a lot of early gold. Now we need to see it on a little bit of a struggle bus, where mid lane's kind of going down, and Garen's not really able to get an advantage anywhere, and the Kai'Sa's now kind of artificially behind as well, and the Corki now has to fix those problems, as the junglers are often asked to fix the problems of the lanes. And I don't know if Corki's got the sauce for that, to be honest. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. The thing that actually troubles me a lot for Veriscom right now is the lack of wave clear, because sometimes you do look at the team that's losing and you ask a question, can you stall the game? Do you have something that will not allow the enemy team to actually walk into you and free hit your turrets? That may be Bard, but Bard has that tool every 70 seconds or so. Apart from that, I don't see anyone else. Yes, you do have the slight asterisk of a Garen just spinning around the side lane, making sure that your own turrets are under threat at all times. But that Garen also needs an item and a half or 2 items to actually be a threat and deal significant damage.
Yeah, the flanking Garen is a nightmare for carries everywhere. Granted, the Vayne should probably be able to scrap her way out of that situation. The Victor, perhaps, unless there is a convenient jungle choke to lay a W down in, it could be tough. And that's where a lot of their gold is, right? Limsey is doing very well, but if he's constantly just being harassed out of a fight by the Garen, then you lose a lot of that value. So potentially, we'll see how the Garen can find value with their champion going into this one, because if you're running into frontline, it's just kind of running into Cassante and cool, he doesn't care, I fear. He went back and bought 3 cloth armors, so I don't think he minds the Garen particularly.
Yeah, at least for now, but also, that's all hypotheticals. Right now, what's happening is that Belfast Storm is actually dominating in this early game. You did have 3 lanes, which, in theory, shouldn't be winning. They should be pushed in. They should be creating space for Corki to go into the river and have first move from his team, and you have subverted every single one of them. So that's something that can really accelerate your picks. We see a Victor with 2 assists, farming up very, very nicely. He should already have a spell upgraded, because if I'm not mistaken, he has something like 80 CS plus 2 assists, and even if we don't count any single cannon in them, you should be getting closer to the first upgrade of your spell. So wave clear is easier right now, and surely you're gonna have more shield, more damage, etc. So you already have set a very very nice grasp on the game, and you just need to follow the plan. Just play textbook League of Legends, push the vision forward, go into the neutral objective. The enemy team wants to contest, just slap them around with your early game lead, and you should be fine.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? When you always you have a good early game, and okay, we're 1.5k up, we're 2k up, and then it's now I should just win, right? We should simply win because we're ahead, and then we should just play correctly and we'll win, and that's it. So we should, and that's kind of the end of the story. So Belfast Storm will need to show us how much normal League they can play. Like I said, we liked their draft. I think they have a good use of meta in the draft. They've got a lovely front to back potential in it as well. And if they can play some normal League, they should be able to walk this one down. Going into a Bard, potentially, does have that kind of chaos element as a champion that can ruin your best laid front to back plans. But right now, is there even a window for Vertex to just walk up to a dragon and contest it, or try and contest second grubs? Are we in a spot where we can still do that, or do we need to pump the brakes and wait until we get our items?
Okay, I usually hate to do that, but I'm gonna answer your question with a question, because you mentioned something very, very interesting. Okay, normal League. What is normal League?
Well, I guess we have Corki jungle in this game, so I don't know.
Yeah, we are
really.
4 nations, Winter 2025. We have a Corki jungle, And we've seen so many things that actually don't make sense unless you put them in the context of, hey, we're in this league and here some rules are different, some comforts matter. So there's always a chance, right? There's always a chance that the winning team gets overconfident. Maybe, especially right now with the pause, you get thrown out of your zone and suddenly you're like, okay, what's happening here? I should full clear or I should do this and that. And the game is on a completely different tempo. So we saw how two really small details have snowballed the game so far. Three more can snowball the game from the other side. We've seen it time and time again, and especially in current League of Legends where people really like to nag, but there are a lot of comeback mechanics. There are all those shutdowns, the objective shutdowns. If you sleep on them, you suddenly look at a game where you are ahead 12 kills and the goal state is close to even. So there will always be chances for Vertex to walk up if Belfast Storm doesn't tick every box and not every VI.
Yeah, pretty much. Just as an update to everybody, we are waiting on the pause to resolve itself very quickly. We had Protection out and back in, so we will jump back in when we can. I think we're going to go to a very brief break just until we know when that is, just because to avoid us rambling on forever at you guys' expense. So for now, stick with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes, hopefully when the pause resolves itself, and then we will see if Belfast Storm can maintain this pressure, or if Vertex can upset the Alucard with their Corki jungle and other assorted zaniness. So for now, we will see you back here in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. It's mid lane, it's fights, it's going crazy right now. Let's just play this one out, and then we'll talk about what just happened. For now, it seems like Vertex taking control of the mid lane. There's that Garen ult that you were talking about, Rev, ending Synapse's life in this exchange. Cassio through the portal stuns up onto Protection. If they can follow it up, another shutdown. They have Atakan buff.
way.
I just noticed. Nectarios is diving the Nexus. I'm glad we got back in now, Rev. That's for sure. Dunlosi and Sundax barely escaped with their lives.
Look at the top
And now
lane.
let's all take a breath. What is happening?
I'm not sure what happens. We're logging in. I see a 4-12 score, and then I remember like my words echo in my brain like I'm Simba from Lion King. And like, remember, the skill score doesn't matter if you kick Atakan and then push.
Yep.
And look, the gold is almost even. There's a 1k gold lead right now. You have taken down mid lane inhibitor. You still have the Ruinous Atakan on 4 of your players, so you can
Oh
still
my God.
play around to push the side lanes, and that's what we're seeing. Maybe even Limsy does
Oh,
here.
Limsy. Oh, he's out of dodge. He's way in the wrong side of town. Catch is going to step away. Harry Carry, Valkyrie over the wall, and that's going to be another kill. A shutdown. Corki getting some extra gold. Now, the rest of BFS are here, but how confident are they feeling? Sundax looks for the hook. Doesn't quite connect with the Corki. Now, everybody, we have to apologize. It was a spectator bug that dropped us out of there, but unfortunately, we're going to have some 07s in the chat. Pour one out for the last 10 minutes of gameplay. It is lost to the ether. It is lost in the void. We'll never see it again. So, for now, let's take stock. Gold is now even. Vertex had Atakan, but basically nothing else. They haven't gotten a single dragon. BFS are actually on sole point right now with the Chemtech Rift. But they have some gold in the Corki. They got their first kill on Faulty at some point as well, and it seems like it's playable for them.
I mean, I'm not even coping right now when I say that. Imagine if we saw this game, okay, and we're seeing both of us Storm getting ahead, getting all those drakes, and then suddenly throwing an Atakan. You know what happens. You know the disappointment. We've seen it time and time again in every tier 1 league. But right now, you're like losing 10. That could be actually the future of broadcasting. Like, you pause the game, 10 minutes in, and you're like, take a wild guess, people. What will happen? Like, and then you fast forward 10 minutes, see that stuff, and you can never be bored.
Yeah, you start every league game from the throw at Atakan. That's like where the game begins. And then you just go from there. Because everything before there clearly doesn't matter, right? Because we're still going to throw at Atakan regardless.
Yeah. Also, can I say that I hate this build in bot? I've seen it work, but I hate it. I'm just...
What is this?
It's...
Leandri's Deadmans with
Leandri's
no
Deadmans.
boots.
I mean, you usually get boots, but I guess that, like... their eco was kind of doomed when they were losing left, right, and center. Now he might go back and buy boots, but of course, Leandre is better. But having a bot being close to items to the 2-1-3 Victor is not what I had on my bingo.
No, it's not what we love. It's not what we love to see, I'll be honest. I think the other thing that really stands out to me here is there is still a pretty significant difference in the mid lane. Limsy is up in kills, way up in the CS, and is approaching fast onto a Rabadon's, whereas Faulty gonna hit that Leandri's next. Obviously doesn't have to waste any money on boots, but BFS do have the upgraded boots, so they do actually have the feet secured for themselves as well. So Limsy, I think, is gonna be a pretty big factor right here. Protection's 2 items deep, and it's gonna start doing a lot of damage. The scaling for BFS did get so heavily accelerated from that early game that we were talking up that despite the Atakan throw, they're still in a good spot. They are currently trading Chemtech for the Baron. Now, how do you feel about this trade, Rev?
Now, usually I am a huge fan of getting the soul and giving away the Baron, but now, no, because Chemtech might be the most useless soul in the game. If the enemy team doesn't have, like, some slow damage or they don't have a lot of crowd control, it's not that Vertex is playing with crowd control.
Oh no, Nectarios. Lovely ult by Faulty, though. They can take a couple down. Beautiful from the Cassio. Nectarios, maybe he can get another, but the rest of BFS have arrived to solve this one. Thankfully, they managed to get one out of there, but it's a couple Baron buffs, at least one Baron buff, I should say, stripped away.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been a disaster if it was a 2-for-2. 2-for-1 is kind of fine, but you still look how behind in tempo you are, because right now Danlosi has to stay for so long to push out that top lane. Of course, he has the enhanced recall. I suspect that's from the Herald a lot of minutes ago. But now he does use it, so he can get back kind of faster than Vertex expecting. They still are losing a lot of time. They now have to push out the mid lane. They need to check and equalize the top lane once again because Vertex has spawned before them with the enhanced resets. They have managed to secure the waves. Now with 3 Barons, you're still fine because you do have a Baron on your split pusher and somebody to push with the main of your team. I don't think that you would ever want to play on all 3 lanes because that's A, way too slow, and B, way too risky when you don't have a very good engage option anywhere in your team.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to execute at that point. Vertex holding a very marginal gold lead, but they do have the Baron buff on 3 out of 5 members, so let's see what the choice is going to be right here. Corki's gone into the Lord Dom's second. Is that normal?
I mean, I think it's kind of fine since there's so much extra resistances on the side of the Belfast Storm. Like Nautilus has built some resistances, Cassante has all of those resistances, Wukong as well gets the extra armor with his passive, so I think that's fine. You don't really want to stack up the tier in the jungle, it gets way too long, so you're going to be waiting a very long time for your spikes. Maybe I'd prefer the Immortal Shield Bow since you are very low range and there is quite a significant amount of burst from the side of Belfast.
That's fair enough. They got good damage onto that bot lane tower. Currently, Faulty is matching up against Synapse. Pretty tough situation for the Cassante to find himself in, with the other sets of 4 matched up in bot lane. Baron still ticking away. Now, Vertex, they have to play very carefully here. They're into a Nautilus down there. Garen has currently stepped away to look at this 3-lane push that you had worried about, but they are reaching the inhibitors. Sharpie's actually committing onto Limsey. You can see the flashes burn. Killing spree for the Garen. Takes him down, and a Bard ult to delay the rotation. The rest of the team can come through. Can they get the Garen out? Looks like not. It's a shutdown for Protection. And Delosian with a triple knockup slips over the wall, but chased down by Kai'Sa. The extra healing. The Chemtech isn't enough, and Protection cleans up the mess. Triple kill for the Vayne. Cassante arrives now with the backup needed to punish this Cassio for what was going on in top lane. It's the ace for BFS.
Do they have enough of death timers to actually do something with that ace? That's my question right now. All of the waves are pushed into their base and some people are very close to spawn again. And although you are slowly regaining control of this game, at least for now, for the next couple of minutes, with all the wave states, you're not gaining anything significant. It's still fine for verdicts, but it's a very nice mental boost for Belfast Storm, showing that, hey, we can still do something with this game.
It's a tough one for Vertex, right? They opened it up by finding the kill, by Sharpie actually getting that solo kill onto Limsey, but then they end up losing the ensuing 4v5. Shows the power that Protection is starting to stack up on Dunlosi with that beautiful Cyclone. This is a very, very dangerous combo, and Vayne is going to accelerate even more because of that. Straight into the Kraken Slayer and the Giant's Belt, basically a full item from where they were before.
Yep. The fact that Vayne right now can just start building tank components is so beneficial for the Belfast Storm team. They don't really have to accelerate their damage anymore. Cassandra deals so much, Wukong deals so much, and the Vayne has so much built in when she gets all those levels. She's level 15 right now. One more, and the final hour will be in its final level as well. So it's very, very strong pick. The lack of pure reliable engage might come back and bite Vertex.
Now let's see, Belfast Storm, can you manage this base push a little cleaner than Vertex did? They went for the triple split. That, of course, that inhib tower was already open from before. Sharpie looking for another flank angle. The Bardot comes out, only clips onto Dunlosi. Is this enough for Vertex to commit? They're thinking about it, but Harry Carey takes a fat chunk and has to back away. Flash from the Bard. The knockup from Nautilus Ultimate says absolutely not. You're going nowhere, pal, and Dunlosi takes it down.
Now the inhibitor tower is under fire. I don't think they have enough to secure their inhibitor, and it will end up dropping. Belfast Storm gets a pushing lane, but do they want to fight for more, or do they want to just stay chill and wait for some more mistakes, because they started coming and they keep on coming?
Looks like mistakes is the choice right here. They'll back away, give some space. Actually, Hook lands in the mid lane. They've already found one. Sharpie, here's the double knockup again. Faulty forced the flash away. Holds the ultimate for now, but cannot save the Garen. And the window stays open. The staggered deaths from Vertex. They just cannot get their feet under them right now.
Yeah, Garen still has access to the teleport, but he's spawning over 20 seconds after the Elder. And there's so much burst damage from the side of the Belfast Storm that they can go into the Elder, just ward behind the pit, and burst the Drake down. If you get that buff, you don't care about the Baron. You just perma-fight, you perma-dive, and you're looking to end the game right there and then.
Like Vertex are trying to offer another Baron for Dragon trade to BFS. It worked out well for them last time, and it seems like they're being given the opportunity. The Kai'Sa and the Corki will take this down pretty fast. Meanwhile, Vayne and Wukong working on the Elder, but will they be allowed to leave? Limsey with the 5-mile teleport right there. The Bard ult doesn't really achieve much, but the Elder's now been secured. The Baron's still live! They can't finish it! Corki just about gets it done, but the rest of his team have melted away, and the Elder buff almost ticking over. Does he have time with the Baron recall before someone finds him? Sundax is chasing him down. You've got to just stick it with the recall. He's already used the hook, and Corki will survive with the buff.
I mean, does it matter? You got the Baron, but that's no soul, that's the Elder, and now you execute so fast.
Sharpie already under fire. The Vayne is tearing through this guy. Domination from Protection finds one. The towers and Bard will take him down, but he will not go down quietly. BFS went into the void very far ahead out of the early game. They came out of it throwing at Atakan, but they are still putting up the dub at the end of the day. The score is conclusive. Belfast Storm will take the win over Vertex.
I mean, they looked weird in the eyes and said, "We're not afraid of you. We've seen worse in our times," and a very nice performance. Maybe bar the time that we came back into the game, because those 5 to 7 minutes were kind of fiffy. You were so far ahead. You were scaling so better. So they still have something to look at the VOD reviews. They will have to see what went wrong over there, because I can say I didn't see, and then they can just come back even stronger.
Yeah, we'll see. Belfast, we didn't see it, so you're going to have to do all the reviewing for us, right, to find out how that went wrong. But for now, you still got the win. Vertex, unfortunately, could not find it. But for now, let's throw it back to the desk to break down that game a little more.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the desk. Marswan, Rob, and Brackish Brit. Gentlemen, we saw a game of League of Legends. How would we confound and say, Rob, for the first 10 minutes, that Corki jungle looked?
It farmed camps. It killed them. It does farm.
It did.
It does kill them. It does things. I think that in a game where they don't really run at you as much like they had last time, it's a bit harder to play.
Okay. So, bit of a comp diff is maybe the way to take away for this.
A bit of spice. Sometimes you can handle the spice, and sometimes the spice overtakes you.
But then, Brackish, what happened?
But then we lose 11 minutes of footage, Lexi, and then we come back to find Vertex has somehow
Don't flame the production,
Atakan.
jeez. At the end of the day, Vayne was able to scale, were they not, Brackish? And there was very simple front-to-back team fights. Even though with that Atakan, as you did mention, was over on the side of Vertex, it just wasn't going to be enough. And we saw several fights back-to-back in succession where it looked like they were almost going to get parity, and then it didn't work out. Why was that?
Well, Atakan happened, and it was very nice for Vertex. They were able to claim a lot of objectives. We saw them just as we came back to the game. They were able to get great fights. They were able to make good value out of the Voracious Atakan buff. Straight down mid lane, exactly. But after that fact, every time a fight took place, pretty much, it was at Belfast's whim. And like Belfast were choosing, hey, we're going to do this. And Vertex were basically just seeded. They gave over the Dragon Soul. Now, it's Chemtech Soul. You could debate whether or not that was a good or bad idea. I would say it's fine to trade it across for a Baron, especially since they got out pretty cleanly that first time around. But when it comes round to the Elder, and you're trying to trade it for a Baron, and you're not taking it quickly enough, and two of your carries die in the taking of that objective, it becomes incredibly simple for this just front-to-backing, jump on your face and be the protection racket, effectively, for this Vayne to walk the rest of the game in. And so I don't think that, despite what we saw with the Atakan, there wasn't really a point in this game that I think Belfast were actually sweating at all.
Would you agree with that, Rob?
Maybe for like a minute when the Atakan's up, and if they make a couple more mistakes, for example, we came back to see a huge Cassio ult. Maybe Belfast. Other than that, I think Belfast probably felt in control. There's obviously we didn't get to see it. Questions going to come up today about how that went over, because we come back and we see a huge kill score to Belfast. Vertex only with like 4 kills. We had a few down 3 Drakes. That's true. Like there's a concern about, there's questions so much about like how did that
objective
occur?
Control,
objective
right?
control, sort of in general, sort of like how did they get to that point in the game where they're losing Atacam or being so far ahead in kills, or having a comp that seems to be more coherent and consistent with more meta picks within it. Yes, Vayne is a meta, but the entire top side is basically, within that sort of A to S tier of picks. And we obviously go in with I always have more questions now than before the game, because Belfast were 2-1, they're now 3-1, but they've got a couple more harder opponents coming up, right? They're going to have like Venom Crest they haven't faced yet, I believe. They haven't faced Paragon, for example. They haven't faced 200 Bandits. I don't think they faced either. Those are all kind of all milling around at the top of the table.
Kind of
it's a bit worrying if you're losing objectives and having objective fight problems against Vertex.
So they've played 4 games. Their one loss was to Broad and Friends. I think we can agree. I think Rob specifically would like to agree that Broad and Friends are an objectively pretty strong team. Their 3 wins have been against lower table teams. And the real proof is going to be in the pudding of whether they can step to those higher table teams like the Venom Crest you're mentioning.
Well, gentlemen, one of these teams, the Brain, I believe, Brackish, overcame the Heart this time. But we're going to go to a short break. But when we do return, we'll have 2 more incredible teams to give us our final game of the day. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the desk. Venom Crest are on the blue side.
I'm going to check for you right now. They are on blue side.
Oh, I set myself up and I'm confused, but that doesn't
They are
matter.
blue side.
Ladies and gentlemen, they are on blue side. Well, we're going to be coming over to the draft momentarily as our players are eager.
You know what, though, Lexi?
Yes?
Venom Crest are also on the warpath. Alongside Broad and Friends, yet to drop a game. And you kind of talked about it earlier, Rob, that, in your opinion at least, they are the strongest roster that we have right now, which, of course, very big praise, but I would also... I don't know if I can objectively put them at number 1, but when you've got names like Bust, Air, Rhythm, Chemera on this roster, then, yeah, they're always going to be in, like, top 2, top 3 discussion.
We might not see
5 incredible players, but we must very quickly, Rob, I know you want to, but we must move and talk momentarily about Paragon while we're waiting for that pick and ban phase to come in and interrupt us, because this is a team that's arguably still maybe in that top 4 contention, I would ask.
Yeah, they went 1-1 while having a sub mid lane. They had their owner sub in mid lane.
That's impressive.
So, shout out to the
Mac, by the way.
Shout out to the Mac. They're now basically at full strength. They're basically at full strength now. They looked really good in their last game. I'm trying to remember who they were against now. I've completely forgotten. They just had... Oh, that was it. It was against Good Chi.
Time is an
Good Chi. It was against Good Chi. They picked out a lot of pocket picks. That they had. Their draft was very odd, I would argue. They played like Smolder, Rakan, 1-2. Very uncommon. They played Cho'Gath jungle, Garen top. It is a couple comfort pocket picks for them. Overall, I mean, I had them come into the season ranked up there with the teams. I think they were the team that could most surprise teams because of they had a couple role swaps with Soranjay going mid from ADC and Fastlane going ADC from support. We'll have to see if they can upset a roster with some big names. It's not Chimera today either. It's Phrase. So they're not even having a field support in jungle. They've got a proper jungler in jungle. Seneca comes over, who I believe played for Ramboot last in like LVP. He's playing support today. He was like playing an LVP 1. It's a crazy roster.
It's a beautiful roster. Production, I'm going to just call out to you. You can yell into our ears. Who won the 1v1? Just so we can confirm that for side selection purposes. But outside of that, Corki has been locked in. A return of the first pick, Corki. Will it be in the jungle? Only time will tell. Ezreal locked in on the opposite side. Callista will find out, as well as Skarner. Well, we'll find out some of the top picks, as well as Varus that, Rob, we in the green room were talking about. There was a big pick that a few of these players are looking to pick up moving forward, and it's already being banned here as well.
Yeah, Varus, Callista, best 2 ADCs on the patch. In pro play. In organized play, they are just easily the best 2 ADCs on the patch. I think Jinx is also going to come up with the Yuntao's buff, so interested to see. We're not going to see maybe that be picked this game. Champs like Maokai, ever present in pro play, so wouldn't be surprised if that gets locked in. That's also a 3-way flex in theory for Paragon, top jungle and support. Not saying they all play it, but the theory is there. Obviously, you also want to point out the bans you saw from Venomcrest. They put so we just learned that Venomcrest also won the 1v1. So blue side very favoured. Very favoured at the moment by these teams. I was going to point out that Cho'Gath and Garen got banned from their last games against Gucci. Cho'Gath, as an aside, I also think is a very broken champion. Not because it's a great jungler, but because of Kerberos innovating the Souls build in mid and top. Either way, it's not going to be seen. Victor for Venomcrest, Cassandra. This is so standard. We've gone for some funky things. Okay, no, don't log that. Let's go back to the other one. Go back to my point was building there, and you've just hovered Teemo.
Give me it.
Okay, it's not going to be Teemo.
This is why we don't talk about hovers, folks.
Unbelievably standard drafting from both teams right here. The Darius, however, is a legend special in the top lane. It is, along with Garen, his top two. Those are his top 2 champs.
And
it looks. Go for it.
I'm just so interested to see how this top lane goes because we talk about Cassante as being Turbo Giga broken, and in theory Garen is so good. Well, Darius does a lot of the same stuff for the most part. If Cassante is wanting to stay in contact, that means you're going to get hemorrhaged, and Roxy and Guillotine, if you try and go all out, might just end your day. There's bans coming through.
Talk momentarily about these.
I was just going to mention about the Karma ban we see here. So clearly Venomcrest don't think that the Maokai is going bot lane.
Of course, yes, because obviously we're going to be probably only having it in the jungle now. It would not make sense to put the Darius mid just to put a Maokai top. But let's talk a little bit about these compositions identities at the moment. These are very standard, but Rob, what's the direction that we're probably expecting to see? Corki obviously is going into the AD carry role. So then what's the kind of jungle and support that we would expect to see for Venomcrest? And obviously for Paragon on the opposite side, what support and mid laner would they want to pick?
Mid lane here, I'm just seeing, just in case I miss anything, Soranjay likes a Ryze, he likes a Syndra. I wouldn't be surprised to see Syndra coming through.
Insta hovered like you called for it.
In jungle, Wukong's not banned. It's still fine. I mean, into Maokai jungle, what we're assuming to be Maokai jungle. Wukong is okay. There's a bunch of other champs you could go here. You probably want to be grabbing some kind of AD Bruiser, right? And then Nautilus. Support's a bit harder because I think that Raum is still up. It's not the greatest pairing for Paragon. It's not got that many auto-attack champions, but Braum is still available. Be a bit surprised just to take Norton. That kind of is just full sending it. Maybe that's a lot of confidence. It is good into stuff like Ezreal and Syndra. Personally, you could see a Wukong. You could see a Xin Zhao. J4's not great. I just think an AD Bruiser rounds out Venomcrest draft. On the other side, Paragon. I think Braum probably. Poppy is another option as well. Poppy could be quite good here if they play it, actually. That's what I know when I'm
absolute cinema. Yeah, this was impressive, Rob. But Brackish, that final pick, what's the support going to be?
Now, I agree with the Poppy angle. There's a lot of dashes that would be very, very nice to nullify. There is also the option for Paragon to go, I bet we'll put Maokai rather, into the support role and try and pick a jungle matchup that works out well for them. And Volibear is one of those champions that can actually tear apart the Wukong in the early stages, in these skirmishes. very, very good at early grub fights, especially if you turn that into 2v2, 3v3 sort of scenarios. So really interested to see that Paragon is kind of playing Venom Crest at their own game to an extent. They're wanting to get some of these early brawls going on, and they've got very strong tools to disrupt what Venom Crest has shown us.
Well, I mean, what side is the early game going to be as we start to talk a little bit about Venom Crest? I mean, who's going to have the aggression here, Rob?
I mean, if you went by name recognition alone, it's all of them. They are probably the best. They are Bust, Air, and Rhythm as your 3 carry players are generally would be seen in probably ranked top 2. I mean, Rhythm, everyone really, he's an incredible ADC. I think his scoreline is absurd so far this split. So we say about aggression, I mean, all these lanes are absolutely phenomenal. It's kind of hard to pin one down and say this is going to be the carry. Rhythm has shown just unbelievable.
That's kind of it.
I mean, I can't even say Rhythm has you have to go back and watch the games he's playing. He dropped a pentakill on the first day on Jhin. He plays a Jinx game where he gets 15 kills and doesn't basically die. I think it's a bit of a worry if you're coming up against him because you need to target certain aspects of this team and maybe put some of them behind. You're talking about the volley for Paragon, obviously the volley bear and the Syndra. That is where I actually think I was looking at this, thinking about the Maokai. You got the ult. I don't like Maokai support that much. I think it's basically an ult bot at some point. But I think you go mid permanently here for Paragon. I think you just run at air with the Syndra stun into volley bear stun. You just keep going, and that way maybe you can get ahead of the rhythm clock because it's ticking.
So with Paragon, and as we bring up our lovely rosters here, if the time is ticking, realistically, what time do they have to think about? Is it kind of the first 20, 25 minutes when they're really going to first get those first 1-2 items really in? Or is it going to be something where they can maybe go to a 3-item spike and then the game starts to fall away from them? I mean, Corki, Victor, they love playing a late game.
Yeah, so the way the late game is looking, in my eyes, is that Paragon definitely want to push that big tempo through the early phases of the game, because if they are at parity or only slightly ahead at that sort of 15-20 minute mark, then I feel like Venom Crest are just we're chill. You can take, we can basically dictate the pace of the game from here on out. You choose to take this.
Especially with the nameplates on, right?
Yeah, if they're at parity, then they are completely comfortable trading in most respects and just playing for an incredibly strong late game that I think Paragon might struggle to contest.
All right, gentlemen, before we do throw over to our lovely casters, I do want to get slight predictions. I love asking about predictions. Rob, which way are you leaning? And how do you think this game might play out a little bit?
This is head and heart for Rob today.
If you know my allegiances, I say not allegiances, past, lovers to enemies, all this kind of stuff. I would, Hearts says Paragon, it's got to be Venom Crest. I'm sorry. I also have a bit of a concern here. One thing I want to bring up is lane swapping. I'm not saying that Venom Crest will do it, but they did it to great success in one of their previous games. They know how to do it. They're all experienced players. Paragon tried it against Broad and Friends on the first day. It didn't go well for them. And I have a few concerns about their meta. So, their meta, the way they play, is not going to be good for them at all. I just think the Venom Crest sort of run this over.
Okay, so Venom Crest are going to probably run this over for Rob.
I said it in Champion Select when Rob kind of just did all of phase 2. I know when I'm not needed. My opinion fully mirrors Rob. I like Paragon. I've followed this team since they joined the league. But it's so hard to bet against Venom Crest in this situation. And yeah, I'm going to have to hand it across to them.
Well, we're going to have to see how these two teams will Venom Crest continue to go 5-0 this far ahead, or will Paragon throw a wrench in their plans? Let's throw over to Trajan and Rev.
Thank you very much, Lexi. Welcome back, everybody, to the Caster Desk. Myself and Rev are back here for the last game of the night, Venom Crest versus Paragon. And as they've teed up there, Venom Crest are looking unstoppable. I'll be honest, they are one of my 2 favorites to win the whole split. They were before we even started playing the games. The roster is just that good. But Paragon just always has that little bit of something special, that little bit of je ne sais quoi about them. With the last roster, with this one, there's always a little bit of something special bubbling under the surface there. Is it enough to take down Venom Crest, Rev? I don't know. I think Venom Crest is they're an all-round quality team. and they've just done Belfast's draft, but with Corki instead of Vayne AD carry. Like,
yeah,
it seems a little good in all 5 positions.
I mean, okay, last time I praised like Verdict's draft because it was weird, but it had adapted to the scenario they had at hand, and they ended up dropping, like fumbling the whole of the early game. So right now, I'm not sure if I should say the best things, but once again, like last time I followed my heart, let's follow my head right now, because in my heart I may be a Paragoner, but in my head I realize that, hey, I'm looking at those Venom Crest guys and they do be looking kind of strong. They do be flexing those League of Legends muscles they have, and I don't see a real way of them stopping right now. But League of Legends is a game with many surprises, so you never know.
Yeah, you never know what's going to come around the corner, that's for sure. I think that for me, I'm trying to think, just because of watching Venom Crest players play, and as the desk had mentioned, that Rhythm is just such a exceptional carry, and the scores and games he's been putting up are so crazy. I'm trying to think who I reckon the best player in the league is right now, because I'm thinking of Rhythm potentially, or maybe Bear Tree from Broad and Friends. I don't know, but I don't know if you have a difference of opinion there, but like there's such quality in this team.
I mean, okay, I have to start with that, okay? Usually, I hate top laners. Okay, they do annoy me.
Based.
They do annoy me. They don't know their plays, they always nag about playing carries and whatnot, but this guy, okay, Bust. He's he's busting every top lane over there, and I can't but just pay him my respects, because he is pretty damn good at his role. He knows the limits, and honestly, I'm pretty surprised that he's still here and not in tier 1 league, or at least like a non-accredited DRL.
Yeah, I mean, previous champion of the Four Nations with Lions Creed Academy, the guy is proven to have been able to outperform everyone else on his given day, and you know, against, especially with teams, I want to see him up against players like Synapse, who have played in Division 1 before, to see how that works out, just because, and like Refresh as well. Like it's very interesting to see how Bust plays for sure. And I think someone who originally had the reputation of being so kind of volatile and inconsistent, and you needed to be either a Bust pick like a Camille or an Aatrox for it to work, otherwise it looked very, very suspicious. We're very much past those days. Bust is just very, 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 very valuable now, and he's on like Asante here today. We'll see what he can do with it as we are onto the Rift here. Last game of the night, everybody. I'm sure it's going to be a good one. Let's see what Paragon can do to stop the rampage of Venom Crest through the Four Nations right now.
We'll see. They do have several tools, like top lane should be hypothetically winning, but of course it's into a Cassante, and I've learned the hard way never to doubt a Cassante. Now, the jungle mid synergy as well is very, very good in picking immobile targets, and there's a huge immobile star. I'm looking in the middle, like Victor. He is an arcane, he has healed up, but he's still, you know, kind of a cripple from the underside. He needs a stick to walk, so the bear can kick the stick away, and also he can scatter the weak. You could say that his knees are weak, arms sweaty, him like mom spaghetti.
Yeah, I think that this is such a classic Bartholdi pick as well, the Volibear. Like, I don't know if he actually plays it that much, but it's exactly the kind of way that Bartholdi plays. Like, he's such a great enabler for his team. The Sejuanis and the Volibears of the world just fit so well into his hands. And yeah, pairing up with the Syndra, it's a very deadly mid-jungle. So I'm excited to see what they can do there. I'm also very interested to watch more of Fastlane in the bot lane, listed as Turbo Granny here today, because we're actually now seeing bot lane AD carry games from Fastlane. Previously one of the UK's most kind of decorated supports, with a lot of longevity, titles, a lot of success in the Nordic region, but now he has pulled this role swap to try and have more impact on the map, through his own words, and I'm very excited to see how it works. I was pretty happy with his first bot lane game from last week. From earlier in this week, I should say, but let's see how this invade goes. A level 2 Bartholdi catches Chimera on the Grump level 1, and that is a rough start for the Wukong, man.
I mean, they knew the gamble that they had to take with that invade, because you did see the Volibear entering back in his own jungle. You had placed your wards down there, and since you do not commit on the red, you don't want to play the smite fight there. You know that you're going to be behind in tempo. Now you're even further behind, but Holy, extremely smart on the invade. Very nice timing there. Knows that he has a level advantage. Knows how strong his champion is. You said it yourself. This is such a bad Holy champion, and now he's going to be level 3. To the Wukong's level 1, so it could turn very, very sour for Venomcrest's early game, but still, we've seen how useful Wukong is in general, so you do know that there's going to be a point in the game where his Cyclone can dominate fights.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see already Soren J pressuring both Air and Soren are pretty low in this mid lane. Some active trading going on, and both of these junglers could be wreaking havoc on that mid lane if they find an angle, but we shall see if they choose to do so, or if they want to go somewhere else. We currently have the top to bot lane swap as well, double-sided, with the bot lanes both entirely rotated up there. Israel and Maokai with good poke potential, good brush control, versus the Corki Nautilus with excellent all-in threat.
Yep. Very chill early game so far, out from the one of the junglers being kind of decimated, but we'll see if that will end up snowballing, since usually you do have to have some impact in some of the lanes as a jungler to keep propelling yourself forward.
Ooh,
and,
Legend RX is suffering bust with the first blood onto the Darius? That's not how Darius lanes are supposed to work, Rev.
I mean, that's my goat, busting that bot lane with the top lane right open. Look at the CS discrepancy.
I just noticed. Darius has Flash Ghost versus Flash TP, and he's still half the CS and died. I'm glad we were bigging up Bust. I'm glad we were bigging up Bust, man. He's really making our analysis look correct.
I mean, damn. Like, this jungler is like over twice the camps of the enemy jungler, and they're still lagging 300 to 400 gold behind. That's how big of a top gap we have right now. Bust really saving his team's early game so far. And I don't know. I'm looking at the rest of the enemy team. Can actually anyone do something about the Fate Cassandra? Let's right now imagine a scenario, okay, where 25 minutes in and the Cassandra somehow is 3.5 items strong. Who can actually deal with him?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not the Ezreal, that's for sure. If Syndra is using her ult on the Cassante, I feel like we've made a mistake when there was a Victor and a Corki as possible targets. And the Darius, I might say maybe the Darius if he has Cleaver and like a bunch of Shred and stuff, but he's not doing so hot in the lane, so he's probably not going to have, you know, he's not going to be on curve to deal with it either.
And also, like, there's so much crowd control, that's the biggest Darius counter right now. So it's going to be mighty hard for him to do anything through the Nautilus, through the Gravity Field, through the Cyclone, and even through the Pathmaker, I want to say. So it's not going to be the easiest play for Legend. Now, I'd want to see Batholdi not power farming and trying to interact with lanes. I want to see him be 24/7 in somebody's face. Maybe not Bass, but like run into the Victor, left, right, time and time again, just run into the top lane, try to at least get some summoners out, because you do have a very strong early game champion. You will be getting outscaled by almost everyone. So right now, when you're at your strongest, have some impact.
Yeah. I have been informed that Phrase is not in fact Chimera. I wondered if it was a name change, but it's not the same jungler in here, so just as a note there for everybody to correct the record there. Bartholdi starting up on this dragon, solo currently. Phrase is on the bot side, but farming away on the grubs, or the Krugs I should say, probably will not be having an impact on it. So Venomcrest with a notable gold lead already off the back of that first blood, but Bartholdi is still very much ahead of the pace in the jungle. And then we'll have to see if Legend RX can stabilize that bot lane to avoid Bust getting out of control. He's going to spot this Volibear, and Bust has ultimate. This could be a little sketchy. Imagine if he'd taken it. But it is picked up by Barthold in the end.
It was very, very close as well. I saw like 611 HP. And then it was a smite with an auto. That and Tofu Strike could have been the difference maker.
There could have been a frame in there where it was possible. for the
yes, there's still a very nice takeaway from that holiday, especially since the grabs are still not taken. There's no top lane prio as well for Venomcrest, so they are behind in their place over there. They might be losing that feat of strength, and they might be going for the 3 kills or the first start, something later in the game at least. to try and stabilize the jungle situation, because Wukong right now, he has a bunch... Oh, wait, yeah, that's what they asked from Batholdi.
Yep, he went and served it up to you straight away, no hesitation. Grabs the kill, picks up the credit as well, and Sealing still has the flash, so did not have a window to use it potentially, but Batholdi leaping in with that Sky Splitter as well, coming down to drop the Thunder, but cannot find the kills this time. The rest of the bot lane from Venomcrest will be able to retreat, but it leaves the Grubs wide open, and Bartholdi continues to drive Paragon through this early game.
I mean, excellent play from him. He plays as well with the Swiftest boot, no extra damage, he just utilizes the Volibear's absurd base damage to its fullest, runs around the map, gets the mid kill, gets a very nice flash away from the Corki. So right now you do have way more options to try and fight. If Maokai reaches level 6, you can then just get the Valkyrie with your ultimate, and the Volibear will run you down. It's a very, very strong champion early on in the game, and that could be the window for Batholdi to just accelerating the game into a point where Venomcrest may not have been used to playing the game.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty used to just being ahead kind of all the time and dominating. They are very much in a little bit of a, not necessarily a class of their own, like I said, I'd probably put Broad up there as well, but they've been very, very strong, looking to extend a 4-win streak to 5 today if they can secure this win. But Aragon not out of this one yet, absolutely. We do seem to have stabilized in the bot lane. We've not fallen any further behind than we were. The Darius is still going to have that power to assassinate a target that is left out on their own. We'll see if the rest of Paragon can put something together. They found that first dragon, at least on the back of Bartholdi, so they have avoided some potential 4-Drake stacking incident. But yeah, Venomcrest, they're still comfortable. They're still slightly ahead. They've still got an excellent composition. But it's not going to be plain sailing all the way. Going in by the Maokai there. Bartholdi round the back as well. Again, part of the play. The edge shot doesn't connect. The Nautilus hook, if that had landed, that would have been pretty rough for him. So he's probably pretty glad it missed. Did they see him? I don't know.
Oh, there's a flash.
Flash in, maybe not. Lovely knockback. The Corki's already had the Valkyrie as well. Has to go back to the danger side. And Vasley picks up the credit. Bartholdi, this guy is everywhere he needs to be on the map right now.
Yeah, he still hasn't reset after the first reset. Still rocking only the Swifties. Will now go back with so much gold in his pocket. But look, he understands exactly the assignment. Hey, I'm here. Have I gotten a kill? Excellent. Have I gotten a summoner? Even better, because right now I can spend my summoner. His flash is way less important than that of a carry, and just make sure that your carries can now play the game more aggressively, they can play the game on edge, and they can start scaling up. Because I wanted to bring that up. Who has the upper hand in the scaling game? And in the long run, even though the Syndra is excellent and the Ezreal as well, I'm not sure you will be getting victorious if we get the scenario that both teams are dead even, and you're just looking at the champion discrepancy. So right now, Batholdi is doing an excellent job running the map, and getting his team very close to securing the feats of strength as well.
Yeah, credit to Cliff General as well for finding the window to flash him with the Maokai, knocking the Corki right into the path of Bartholdi there. Excellently executed on the gank. Bartholdi now looking mid lane to the flashless Victor, who I say flashless has just used it. Lovely stun connects by Soren as well with the Maokai, and they've got the damage. Cliff General picks up the credit, but the feat of warfare secured by Paragon.
Yeah, and then just need one more neutral objective, right? They're gonna go 2 out of 3. They don't care about the tower. The first tower is very, very hard to take right now. Even if you die the Darius, not sure you do have the damage.
Oh, it's on the 1v3, or Darius, I should say, the 1v3 dies before the help can arrive. Wanted to hold them under the tower for the team to get there, but the timing not quite right.
Yeah, that's now is looking to be the negative point, or at least the positive point for the side of Venomcrest, because they have found a way to kind of abuse the Darius. He's lagging severely in the CS department. I suspect he's also behind in the XP. He's 0-2-0. We're looking at the Cassandra rocking the Iceborne Gauntlet, maybe plus a full boot right now, or very close to the full boot. And on the other side, the Darius tries to scramble those components to get Cleaver and try and help his team, but it's going to be a very tall task to ask from him.
Yeah,
so,
I think it's going to be sheepishly picking up side waves and showing up to a team fight when situation allows for the rest of Legend. It's going to be a tough one for him. Bartholdi straight onto the second Drake as well, and this will complete their feat of epic jungle camps. I forget what it's actually called, but this might get it over the line.
I just learned the Atacant names, okay, so
Yeah.
I am lagging
That's enough
behind
for the
on
day.
those new caster terms. You know
Yeah,
what?
that's enough.
Okay, I lag right now. I lag. You know how much time did I spend to actually learn all the ornaments? And now they're gone.
Now they've
It's
removed
just
them.
Master
Yeah,
Core.
it's grim,
I will
dude.
not. I will not spend so much time to learn all of that just for I to remove it twice in the season.
Oh, Sauron hooked up there. The Nautilus knock as well with the Wukong forces the flash, followed up
Phrase.
by Phrase. The ult is there at least. They'll trade the kills as Maokai, taking punishment on the front line, won't escape. Darius on the corner. Over the wall goes Rhythm, puts himself in a
Bust.
dangerous spot, but where's the punish? Bust is holding down the front line, and Rhythm pumps out the damage for the triple kill.
And that's why they're Venom Crest. They were lagging severely behind bar one person. They didn't even fight with that person present, but they did know what's going on the map. Very, very nice trap for them. They get the first kill, moving for the second, getting a trio of grabs as well for their efforts. And 4 kills to the Corki. That's gonna be a very, very dangerous pilot to deal with.
Yeah, Rhythm once again getting funneled extra gold. We've seen what this man can do with a little bit of investment, and now he's got straight into the Triforce already before that fight even happened. The Cull gonna come through. This guy is off to the races. So now Paragon have to deal with the scaling carries of Venom Crest already hitting some of those early spikes. Bust very much ahead of the curve, and now Corki joining him there.
Yep. Trinity very, very close to the Muramana as well. The Cow still needs 23 stacks for its completion, and as soon as he does it, I'm pretty sure that the second item will be complete as well. But I don't think that the most fed member in terms of gold is the most dangerous one. I'm looking at that Cassante, already level 10 to Legends level 9.
Oof.
He's the highest level in the game together with the mid laners. I'm not sure really who will actually deal with him. If he was playing into the Volibear, maybe. But right now, the Volibear needs a lot of time to keep himself ahead of the curve, keep farming up, trying to punish the immobile enemy members. And the longer he doesn't find those angles, the harder the game's gonna be.
Yeah, it's kind of a case of maybe just you have to find a way to not deal with the Cassante until you've killed everyone else, and then you can all turn and bully circle in 5-1. It's pretty difficult. The Cassante's pretty mobile, and as soon as you try and leave him behind, you can just ult you over the wall and assassinate you in the 1v1. So Bust is kind of this game is so much control for him if he can play it out correctly. Currently heading back up to the side wave where pretty much no one can match him in a 1v1 scenario to clean up that top lane turret. And the rest of Venom Crest making a little bit of a path into the bot side, maybe looking to pressure for a dive, but Bartoldi is ready and waiting.
Yeah. A little bit of an overload from both teams on the bot side. Not sure if they're looking to secure the first tower over there since it's already halfway down. But there's no neutrals on the map for the next couple of minutes. Drake needs 2 minutes to spawn. It's going to be the sole point if Paragon manages to contest it, but it's looking harder and harder for them to do, especially with Darius playing without a teleport. If he wants to try and reconnect to the game, he needs to spend a lot of time. Oh, he got ulted. He's dying.
What's unfortunate, he's suffering in that top side. There's a wave under his tower and he's just getting murdered right now. Has popped the flash and should escape alive, but he loses so much of the gold that he could have picked up under the safety of his tower. Bust continuing to lay the smackdown on him as the top tower falls at the end of it all.
The goal, the summoner as well, very, very important, not only in the side lane, but in those very important team fights. Usually with the Darius, you're looking at a flush upper hand to try and get someone out of the comfort of their spacing. So yeah, it do be looking tough. We're playing into Bast is no easy task right now, and we see that he's lacking almost 2Ks in the gold department. But yeah, right now, we're mostly looking at a 4v4 when it becomes a 5v5, it's a completely different game. In the 4v4 scenario, I'm very much still favoring Paragon, because if you lock down the Corki, you have so many ways into winning those fights. But the moment that Bust shows up, there's nobody to match that extra person.
Yeah, the Corki actually further ahead of Israel than Bust is ahead of Darius. It's crazy how much gold has been put into Corki recently as well. He's now got that second item completed, scaling up just a few more stacks to get that Mur mana transforming as well, and then it will just be absolute nightmare for Paragon. So they need to find an angle. They do have a dragon coming up in 15 seconds. They've already got 2. This would be an Infernal Soul point. An Infernal Soul would be a lovely shot in the arm for them to try and turn around a mid game that is at risk of getting out of control for them.
Thing is, will they be allowed to just so easily go into the Drake pit and contest the area. They do have the Maokai. That's a very nice
We're
zone
going early.
control.
Into the Victor. They are going to get the root, but they only have the follow-up. Stun from Soren J. Is the damage ready? Out comes the Gravity Field. Maokai suffering on the front line. The Chaos Storm ticking him away. Trying to put some distance between him. Flashing, but the hook from Nautilus drags him right back, and Fraze is there to pick it up. Syndra abandoned in the backline. Will find a kill in trade, but still taken down. 2 for 1 for Venom Crest. And Darius and Cassante fighting out in topside, but I don't know if Darius really wins this one. He tries to keep Bust out of that fight, but it does not matter.
Oh, that looks tough right now. Venom Crest proving once again why they're considered one of the favorites of the whole league, as they do find those scenarios that look dubious at best at first, and they are turning them all around. A very nice play from the Nautilus, creating so much space for the Victor, using all of that crowd control excellently. And from the moment Victor knows that he can just step up forwards, it's just over. Now, the kill score still looks like kind of fine. 9 to 5 is not great, not bad. But I'm looking at the goal diff, and the goal diff it's very painful to deal with. Being 5k behind with such a good early game, it's very hard to come back from, especially while getting so heavily outscaled.
Yeah, it feels like any even fight at this point is just destined to go Venom Crest's way, bar some pretty egregious misplay. I like that Paragon were trying to proactively catch out the Victor, give themselves an early numbers advantage, strip some of the damage away, and then they could play the fight afterwards as well. But it just, when it didn't work out, just because, again, they don't quite have that much money, the Syndra's not strong enough yet to really get that assassination going. And then the whole kind of thing falls apart. Good plan, execution, not that bad either, but just the fundamentals behind it make it so much harder to work. And Venom Crest are just, they're not going to mess up like that, it seems. And now they just ended up taking even more of a lead with the 5k lead, as you mentioned. So they've stopped the dragon stacking. Paragon now, realistically, the Infernal Soul is kind of too far away to solve the immediate problem they have, as Bartholdi is aggressed on in the jungle. Soren J is round the corner, Maokai as well, but there's just not enough time. Bartholdi's already dead, and the more members of Venom Crest are coming in. Aggressive Valkyrie from Corki busts around the corner to secure the shutdown. One by one, the Paragon members picked off in their own jungle.
And it looks like a down deal right now. Venom Crest are doing anything they want, anywhere they want, as this was not their own jungle. They just placed a couple of wards there, but they did find that excellent angle. They never allowed Bartholdi to use his ultimate. They never allowed any of the rest of the Paragon squad to run away in peace. So they're getting so many kills. Another turret, and now the goal lead has ballooned to 7k, and we're still 20 minutes into the game. I think call that game a Nuno W, because that's the world's biggest snowball.
Absolutely, it is really getting out of control for Paragon now. It feels so rough for Bartholdi for all the work that he did in that early game and trying to be proactive. Cliff General as well, him and the Maokai and the Volibear were doing so much work, but ultimately the map was just so hard to win already due to the way the lanes have played out. And then once the fights go wrong, it's just such a crazy strong meta draft from Venom Crest. These champions are just the most valuable things you can find. Corki maybe put himself in a bad spot and has to flash away, but Bartholdi, desperate to find some more, ends up having to ult defensively. And now Venom Crest has the cavalry coming in to defend. Maokai is the one left in the lurch. A lovely stun from Soren J cannot save him, and it's one kill at the end of it for the Serpents, and they can turn away. There's no Baron yet to come up, but Atakan is a factor.
Yep, exactly. Look at the time. It's Atakan o'clock, and they still have so many tools to turn the fight around. All of their ultimates are up, so they're just baiting.
Oh, and Darius walks right into the trap. No vision in the brush and has to step away. Nautilus onto Syndra. In fact, a lot of Venom Crest peeling away while Fraze is getting kind of murked by Atakan right now. Needs to be very, very careful or they'll lose the smite before it comes down. Bartholdi doesn't have the ult to get in range. Does have a flash. Doesn't quite have smite, in fact. And now the rest of Paragon presented the targets. Their carries are so weak. Bartholdi chasing Fraze all the way out of the Atakan pit. But there's just no team left. He's a solo mission right now. Him and Fastlane doing what they can. But even then, it's still Rhythm picking up the double off the Gatling gun. Extended, messy, and chaotic as usual. But Venom Crest still coming out on top. Bust in the 1v2. Has got the buff and will simply withdraw back to the base. No harm done.
Yep, just 100 gold donated plus an extra pedal from Rose. Not too much, and now they still have 4 of those 4 GAs to keep on pressuring to take on stupid fights without paying any stupid prices. Venom Crest has what they need to bust open the second tier of towers.
Yeah, Bust is he's just a man on a mission right now, and no one can really touch him. He's gonna be on the wrong end of this Darius right now, who is 0-5, but does have the Cleaver committed, and if you can keep him stuck there long enough, maybe enough members from Paragon can come and help, but Corki is round the corner there in a timely blast cone. Gets Cassante to safety. Plenty of Atacon buffs still to play with as well. The rest of Paragon just piling in. I think they feel that they have to go. They cannot let this game scale out of control even further, but it's a Cassante, baby. You cannot just go for the kill. And Darius is the one going down. Another kill credit for Rhythm, and more targets just being served up on a platter. Paragon barely able to limp away.
Yeah, unfortunately, they are between a rock and a hard place. As they need to fight, they can't keep on doing nothing and see this game just slowly getting out of their control, but they can't really fight. They're so behind the curve. But Holdy is trying to find an angle, but his team is getting moved.
You don't have Atacon buff fast lane. That's not a good decision. He goes down with an aggressive E, and Maokai falls for good measure. The turret soon after. This feels like a foregone conclusion. Venom Crest playing so aggressively, wearing the Atacon buff, but they're not running it down. You know, they're not hard diving Nexus towers. They're just playing probably as aggressively as they could, even if they didn't have the buffs. They're that far ahead.
Yep. They are taking everything 24-minute inhibitor. They might be even looking to end the game, but Holdy, this is on a solo mission. He might be able to take this egg, but he's so tanky, I guess.
Doesn't have the damage to do it fast enough, and Venom Crest were not going to get preoccupied pushing into the base. They're going to go and stop him from securing that sneaky Infernal Dragon. I like the idea, Bartoldi. Yep. Unfortunately, Venom Crest slam another door in his face.
Yep, and now they have just enough time to reset and go start up the Baron contest, or at least the securing of the area. The 4GA should expire any moment now. If I'm not mistaken, they got it around the 22nd minute mark, and it lasts 2.5 minutes. So it should be expiring right about now, and that might give the window, I want to say, to Paragon to catch somebody out, but that's exactly what they need to do. They need to catch somebody out, because if they try and fight in even numbers, I'm afraid there's no even game.
This is one of those games where I just wouldn't bother with Baron if I was Venom Crest. I don't think you need it. I think Bartoldi's having a good game, and he's playing Volibear. You can leap into the pit. Probably just don't even ask the question of allowing a steal. Darius might not be able to make his way out of here. Phrase dropping the Cyclone from, and the Chaos Storm. 2 ults drop for an 0-6 Darius. Kind of tough for Legend RX right now, as the rest of the teams are still clashing in the mid lane. Bust taking a lot of damage, in fact. He's going very low. Shutdown from Soren. It's not over. Corki on the stun. Shutdown for Ezreal now. Hold the phone. Paragon just woke up in the mid lane. They'll get the flash out of Nautilus. They can't get any more for now, but they've already got big shutdowns. Baron is live, but the map's in such a rough state. I don't think they go for it.
Yeah, it's very rough, especially with the Victor in the top lane still making short work of those towers. They don't have enough power to quickly deal with the Baron, so they are just trying to contain some of the bleeding. That's some good shutdowns to be collecting, but they're still lagging 10k behind.
Nautilus still flashless, but now this time has the Victor and the Wukong to back him up. Soren J almost arriving. 2.5 items deep. It's a lovely double stun. One's going to go down. Air surely soon to follow. Flashes away to safety for now as Bartoldi drops down. Ezreal not enough. Secure the kill on the Victor, and Darius cannot get in range without flash. That gravity field is basically just a hard stop for him as Bust TPs into the backline, ready to continue it. Eliminates Soren J without a second thought.
Oof, that's so harsh. They did play very nicely. They found the angles, they found the picks, but unfortunately, it was never enough. And now 25 stacks in his Death Note as well. 4 items strong. Corki almost 4 items strong as well. Rhythm having an excellent game. I think that Baron is just the final nail of the coffin. Maybe they didn't need it, but you know, it's some nice stats. Wearing purple is always in fashion.
Yeah, but with Bartoldi dead, I'll leave him to do that. I think that's safe enough for me at least. There, going godlike. drops the 8th death on the board for Legend. It has been a horror of a game for the Darius, unfortunately. The rest of the Paragon have made attempts to find those plays. They did get a couple of good shutdowns in mid. They had a decent early game showing, at least from the jungle position, but right now, it's Baroned up Venom Crest. Maokai ult comes across the side. Who wants to commit to the fight? No one else really wants to get in there. Bartoldi goes in with the flash. Sorenjay drops the ult, gets the shutdown, in fact. Another one pulled away, but the Volibear is killed off in trade. Nautilus arriving with a hook onto the Maokai, forces the flash. Another E from the Syndra, gets him alive for now, but he still falls down to Rhythm. And Venom Crest are inexorable right now. Yes, Paragon are finding ways to pull apart one or two of them. Another hook lands onto Sora J, this time busts with the ultimate. The Cassante going crazy once again. And the exposed Nexus will drop down. Venom Crest secure that next win. The streak continues as Paragon fall.
Yep, and Bathhole this early game might be inevitable, but the enemy team is Venom Crest, so they've managed to find every single weak link and execute to perfection.
Yep.
The silver lining is that Legend actually got an assist in the end, so his KDA isn't actually 0, but that was a hard game for him. Surely a lot of stuff to try and fix for the next time. As Bast, he was having one of the best games of his life.
Yeah, you picked the best moment to pick up Bust, I will say that. Absolutely perfect timing for you there, Rev, and the man went crazy in that one. Lovely game from Venom Crest, extending that streak. Let's pass it back over to the analyst desk to break down that last game.
Muted. I've been muted this whole time, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for you all. Production notified me twice, and I didn't listen to them the first time. My apologies to you. Welcome back to the desk, Rob Brackish and myself, Master Swan. Rob, I was talking to you, and you heard me about early game for this one. Why did it not go so well?
Well, first thing you want to bring up
for our winners, obviously.
Obviously for our winners, yeah. Well, so firstly you want to bring up that Paragon recognised there would be a lane swap. It kind of came up at the last second. It came like a prophetic vision in my mind towards the end of that draft that Venom Crest love lane swapping. They adore lane swapping, and yeah, I mean we can probably. We have a little look at it.
Bring it
up if you want. But you know, we saw that. Well, okay, we saw a lane swap earlier. They ended up being fooled here, but in the end, Paragon at least try and make plays happen across the map. They fooled it early on. They managed to force out frays in the jungle, and in the replay here, you can see that they are just trying to make stuff happen. What isn't being mentioned though at this point in time is that Darius is so far behind. The in top, you're already losing. Amazing hook, honestly, from Nautilus coming through, and this is obviously a turnaround coming here from the side of Venom Crest. But overall, Paragon, they look good early, and then the solo kill happened on the top bot lane. I don't know what we want to be calling it, but the Darius got solo killed by the Cassante. So all that good work, really, that Barholdi and his bot lane did in recognizing there would be a lane swap, forcing the Wukong out, and Wukong was pretty much out of this game early, right? Like you saw it. He was level 1 at like 4 minutes or 3 minutes or something. He was really struggling.
It took a while for Fraser to get relevant.
Yeah, it was really hard. And then I think that just
First Dragon was also seeded over, right? Because of all of this.
Exactly. They lost a lot of objective. Volibear was a level up. They managed to make a play in mid lane, for example, onto Victor. That was a pressure point we wanted to see. Overall, that would look good for Paragon. And then it's sort of like they didn't really have anywhere else to really do anything. It just felt like they kind of, in the end, got out macro. They lost a lot of, they lost the objectives after the first dragon. They lost a lot of sort of pressure in any kind of lane, and that came down from the Darius as well, falling so far behind.
Well, thinking about this, Brackish, a big defining moment where it looked like it arguably maybe the last chance, the last song, the last dance, as Initialize would love to say on broadcasts. Atakan came up, and what happened during this replay, sir?
I mean, well, here we are again. Another team loses the game at Atakan, pretty much. I mean, Paragon had to be here because
they did.
They needed to at least know that it was going on, which they did. But as soon as Legend gets dropped low, Soren J gets hit with the depth charge, it just seemed untenable that they contested. The health was already going down. They choose to look for the re-engage. Bartoldi looks for a really cool flank attempt, which I respect greatly because Fraze had lost a lot of health. Atacon does a lot of damage, but they weren't surviving long enough. We see that Fastlane gets chunked all the way out and has to leave. Bartoldi's looking to try and take down Fraze alongside Bartoldi, but not quite able to do it thanks to some good movement in from the remaining members of Venomcrest. And you look at the Rift after that fight, and Venomcrest lost nothing. They lost nothing.
Absolutely
they took
nothing.
everything.
That they did, and let's see that last replay production, because I feel like, Rob, if we can come to you for part of this, it was kind of those last whimpering moments where you as a team, you're trying to rally and find 1 or 2 picks, because hey, the game isn't technically over yet, right? You can absolutely, if you find 1 pick, stall the game out, find another pick, stall the game out. They might have the ability, but if you keep grabbing those squishies, maybe there's a chance. And I do know this replay, when we do get it, it is that like one moment, that one chance where they are trying to find that kind of pick, but it just doesn't work out for them.
You think that they have a good pick comp, right? You have a chance here.
Exactly.
Volibear stun, Maokai ultimate, Syndra stun, just play off of that. And I think overall you end up with the case of Venomcrest just slapping you with their wallet and slapping you with their experience and slapping you with everything, really. I just think that overall it ends up being a game where, despite, I think, the best efforts of Paragon towards the end, and there were a couple moments where they were able to pick up a few kills here and there. You obviously now see the replay coming up. You're going to see that they have to try something. Legend gets caught out again, and it's bad to beat a guy when he's down, but I think Legend had a very tough game this game, just from start to finish. I hope he doesn't get too disarmed for that. But you see here, they're trying here, Paragon. They managed to get Bust, who is a bit of a monster with Kasali. That's gone. Rhythm gets caught. And they sort of go in one by one here, Venomcrest. They end up managing to get out here. Hook's back in. We remarked this in the green written that. Hook back in, maybe to try and delay the Wukong, or just not let the Wukong get caught, but in the end it doesn't really matter. But look at the state of the map. They're already pushing into the base. It's a bit of inevitability. I think there's a few things that Paragon could clean up. I think Paragon had a few things they could have maybe targeted a bit more. I'd have to have like a full review of what happened in mid, in terms of you're playing Syndra Volibear, but you get 1 kill. He doesn't even burn flash in the kill, but then you've got loads of other opportunities there with Volibear, flash stun, well, basically another flash bear slap as we've historically has been known. But I just want to see really how Paragon sort of fell out of it so quickly, because there was an issue in top, but there's more than just one lane in a game.
Absolutely is. Brackish, what about some of your closing thoughts around this match?
I want to point out that Venomcrest, while looking very good, 4-0 currently, are not invulnerable. Like that last replay we saw there, they overplayed their hand. As I joked in chat, they overslithered it a bit. Like, they commit to Legend, who wasn't really relevant to the game. They lose 2 of their carries in trade throughout the play. Now, yes, of course, it ends up working. It pretty much was at parity for them, because they had Air chilling out on top lane, taking a tier 2 turret. They already have Wade pushing in bot lane. But it means that I think they do need to watch that game back and not tip their hand too much when they're in such an advantage situation, because a mistake like that against the wrong team could be enough to completely flip a game.
It really could, gentlemen. It really could. Well, it's been an amazing day. My first time on the UKEL broadcast, so thank you for having me, everybody. Rob, it's been a pleasure getting to work with you. Brackish as well. I don't know, production,
back,
am I missing anything else? Am I missing anything? That's everything. I'm getting the green light. So everybody, thank you so much for watching. We will be back next week. Next Monday, 6:30 is our first game, so you won't want to miss that. For myself, for production, the amazing crew that put on this show, for Rob, Brackish, Trajan, and Rev for these final 2 games. Thank you so much, everybody, and we'll see you all very, very soon. Goodbye.